There are millions of acres of breathtaking beauty in our national parks. Places we go to find adventure, to find solitude, to connect with a world that feels ancient and wild. They are sanctuaries of nature, but they are also places that keep secrets. Places where the line between wonder and danger can blur in an instant. Every year, people step onto these trails and are never seen again. They vanish seemingly into thin air, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions for families searching for closure. Welcome to Vanished in the Wilderness. In this episode, we're delving into some of the most perplexing, unsolved missing persons cases from our nation's parks. These are stories that defy easy explanation, challenging investigators and fueling speculation for years. We'll explore the strange circumstances, the baffling lack of evidence, and the haunting question that lingers over each case. What happened out there in the wild? Let's begin. My name is Alex Thorne, and for the past 15 years, I have served as a lead investigative ranger with the National Park Service. My jurisdiction is the vast, unforgiving, and breathtaking expanse of the Grand Canyon. In my time, I have seen the canyon's dual nature up close. It is a place of profound beauty, a geological masterpiece that can inspire awe, and a sense of spiritual connection. It is also a place of immense danger, a labyrinth of rock and river that respects no one and has claimed more than its share of the careless, the unlucky, and the unprepared. I have led dozens of search and rescue operations. I have recovered lost hikers, evacuated injured rafters, and, on too many occasions, located the remains of those who would never leave the canyon's embrace. I thought I had seen it all. I thought I understood the scope of tragedies this place could host. The case of Leo Martinez proved me wrong. The file landed on my desk in late October, a time when the blistering summer heat begins to yield to the crisp, cool air of autumn. The tourist season was winding down. The river, once bustling with commercial and private rafting trips, was growing quiet. Leo Martinez was officially declared a missing person. His profile was that of a seasoned professional, not an amateur out of his depth. At 34, he was one of the most respected guides for canyon drifters, a reputable outfitter. He knew the Colorado River like the back of his hand. The trip was routine, a multi-day excursion with a group of clients. The plan was simple. He would see the clients safely to the take, outpoint at Diamond Creek, then paddle his own kayak the remaining distance to Pierce Ferry. A solo journey he had made countless times before. It was his traditional end of season ritual, a way to have the canyon to himself for a few days, to decompress before the winter. When he failed to arrive at Pierce Ferry on the scheduled date, his partner, a man named Ben Carter, reported him overdue. Initially, there wasn't a high level of alarm. Leo was an expert. A delay could be anything: strong headwinds, a minor equipment issue, or maybe he just decided to spend an extra day enjoying the solitude. We initiated standard procedure: aerial surveillance via helicopter, rangers dispatched to key points along the river. For 3 days, we found nothing. No sign of his kayak. No gear washed ashore. No signal from his personal locator beacon, which had inexplicably never been activated. The canyon had simply swallowed him. The breakthrough, if you can call it that, came on the 4th day. A commercial group paddling upriver from Lake Mead spotted something unusual. Snagged on the thorny branches of a tamarisk bush, just above the water line at River Mile 221, was a smartphone in a waterproof case. The case was scuffed and battered, and water had clearly breached its seal. The phone was dead, its screen a black, silent mirror. It was identified as belonging to Leo Martinez. Hope is a dangerous thing in my line of work, but I felt a flicker of it. The phone was our first tangible clue. We sent it directly to our tech forensics unit in Flagstaff, a team I have worked with many times. They are wizards capable of pulling data from the most hopelessly damaged devices. I told them to prioritize anything they could find: GPS data, text messages, photos, anything at all. I waited. The silence of my office, usually a comfort, felt heavy. The large map of the Grand Canyon on my wall, with its intricate contour lines and shaded reliefs, seemed to mock me, a silent guardian of 1,000 secrets. A week later, I received an email. The subject line was simply, "Leo Martinez, recovered audio." My heart hammered against my ribs. The phone's internal memory was mostly corrupted, but they had managed to salvage a single file, a series of 5 voice memos, recorded sequentially. They sent it over as a protected MP3 file. I closed my office door, put on my headphones, and pressed play, preparing myself for the voice of a man in distress, a final, desperate message. What I heard was something else entirely. Voice memo 108T1 Farrier Leo, checking in. "Last trip of the season, baby. Just dropped the clients at Diamond Creek. Got the whole canyon to myself for the paddle out. Water's like glass today. A little too quiet, if you know what I mean. Feels weird. Anyway, pushing off. See you at Purse Ferry in a couple days." I leaned back in my chair, exhaling slowly. His voice was calm, cheerful even. He sounded relaxed, happy. The "little too quiet" comment was standard river talk. The canyon can be eerily silent at times. A silence so profound it feels like a physical presence. There was nothing in this first memo to suggest a man in trouble. It was a baseline, a portrait of normalcy before the deviation. I made a note of the time and his location, which corresponded perfectly with his float plan. Everything was normal. I let the file play. Voice memo 2:14:35. "Okay, this is getting strange. I'm coming up on 213 near Pumpkin Springs. And the smell. God, it's not the usual sulfur stink. It's sweet, sickly sweet like rotting flowers. And there's no sound. No birds, no insects. Not even the whisper of wind along the walls. It's like the whole canyon is holding its breath. I'm wearing my blue plaid shirt, the lucky one, but it feels loud. The color feels wrong here. I don't know, just logging this. It's probably nothing. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I hit pause and played it again. This was different. This was wrong. I know Pumpkin Springs. It's a well-known feature, a travertine formation that leaks warm, mineral-rich water. It has a distinct sulfurous smell, like rotten eggs from the minerals. It does not smell like rotting flowers. And the silence he described. I've experienced it, but his description was absolute. No birds, no insects. That's unnatural. The canyon is never truly lifeless. But the most disturbing part was his comment about his shirt. It feels loud. The color feels wrong here. I have interviewed individuals suffering from heat stroke, dehydration, and hypothermia. They experience confusion, hallucinations. But this wasn't that. This was a strange, specific sensory distortion. The idea that a color could be loud wasn't the rambling of a man succumbing to the elements. It felt like a specific, external pressure was being exerted on his perception. He was an experienced guide. He knew the difference between normal canyon quiet and an oppressive, absolute void of sound. He knew the smell of Pumpkin Springs. His own senses, The very tools he relied on for survival were betraying him or being altered. He dismissed it as probably nothing. But his tone of voice told a different story. The easy confidence from the first recording was gone, replaced by a thread of genuine bewilderment and a creeping fear. I stared at the map on my wall, at the tiny dot that marked Pumpkin Springs, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a tremor of real, primal dread. This was not a standard missing persons case. This was something else. I paused the audio file, but the silence in my headphones seemed to roar louder than ever. Leo's voice from the second memo still echoed in my head. "It's too loud," he had said about the color of his own shirt. The phrase spun in my mind like a compass needle gone haywire. As an investigator, I am trained to look for logical, tangible explanations. We deal in facts, not feelings. We trust evidence, not anecdotes. But what I was hearing challenged every principle I had ever held. This wasn't the report of a disoriented man suffering from dehydration or heat stroke. It was a bizarre and specific distortion of perception. I took off the headphones. The silence in my office felt different now. It was no longer peaceful. It was filled with unanswerable questions. I walked over to the large map on my wall, staring at the small dot labeled Pumpkin Springs, a place I had visited countless times, a place with a distinct sulfurous smell, and the gentle sound of flowing water, not a sickeningly sweet fragrance, and an all-consuming silence. The first thing I did was call Ben Carter, Leo's partner, again. I asked more delicate questions this time. Was there any stress I didn't know about? Did he have any history of mental health issues? Any substance use? Ben's voice on the other end was a mixture of confusion and pain. "Alex, Leo is the most solid person I know. He's the rock here. He's never been like that." Ben insisted that Leo was in perfect mental health, the kind of person friends turn to for problems, not the one who caused them. Next, I spent hours buried in the park's database. I searched for accident and incident reports within a 20-mile radius of Pumpkin Springs, going back 50 years. I used every keyword I could think of: sweet smell, unnatural silence, perceptual distortion, hallucination. The result was zero. Nothing. Just reports of sprained ankles, snake bites, or capsized boats. Nothing even remotely close to Leo's experience. It was as if what happened to him was a phenomenon without precedent in the recorded history of the Grand Canyon. Desperation began to set in. I felt like I was chasing a ghost. I glanced at the audio file on my computer screen. There were still 3 recordings left. I knew I had to listen to them, but a part of me hesitated profoundly. To continue listening was to open the next door without knowing what lay behind it. But I had no choice. I was the last hope for finding the truth. Taking a deep breath, I put the headphones back on and pressed play. Voice memo 315U2. I had to take the shirt off. It was shouting. The colors were just too much for this place. This place wants quiet. It wants stillness. I'm just floating now, past the spring. The water isn't moving. I'm not paddling, but I'm still moving. The current is pulling me toward the shore, right below the spring. It's beautiful here. The rock has a pulse. I can feel it through the hull of the boat. It wants me to listen. A chill ran down my spine. The time gap since the last recording was only 32 minutes, but Leo's mental state had shifted dramatically. He was no longer confused. He was accepting. I had to take the shirt off. It was shouting. He was responding to the pressure he felt, fully believing that the bright colors were offense, against the place's tranquility. But the part that truly terrified me was the sentence, "I'm not paddling, but I'm still moving." The Colorado River always has a current. It never stops. For a kayak to move toward the shore without being paddled or carried by the current was impossible. It defied the laws of physics. Yet, there was no panic in Leo's voice. He spoke with a calm, serene tone, as if describing a beautiful natural phenomenon. "The rock has a pulse." The phrase made me pause. He wasn't raving. He believed he was communicating with the canyon, forming a relationship with it. I felt like I was sinking into Leo's madness. My world of facts and evidence was crumbling before my eyes. I looked at the timestamp on the computer. The next recording was made only 20 minutes later. The progression was happening too fast. I felt like I was watching a train wreck in slow motion, but I couldn't look away. I had to know what happened next. Voice memo 4:15:22. My PFD. My astral. It's so bright. It's an insult. A scream in a library. The canyon doesn't like it. It's telling me. Not in words. Feeling. A pressure. A deep, slow hum that says take it off. Be one of us. Be quiet. My chacos feel like cages on my feet. My hat is a blindfold. It's all so artificial. So wrong. This is the real world. The rock and the water and the silence. Everything else is a lie. I clenched my fists until my knuckles turned white. This was the most definitive turning point. Leo was no longer just uncomfortable with his gear. He was actively rejecting it. A PFD is a symbol of safety. The first thing every guide teaches their clients to value. But to Leo, it had become a scream in a library. He wasn't shedding equipment for survival. He was shedding his very identity. The identity of a river guide. The identity of a human trying to master nature. He was surrendering to the real world. The canyon was offering him. The hum he spoke of. What was it? Tinnitus from some neurological event, or something real present in that space. His thoughts were disturbingly lucid and philosophical. He wasn't breaking down, he was converting. He believed that our world was the artificial one, and the canyon was the only truth. I stopped the recording. I couldn't listen anymore. Not right now. I needed to process this. I stood up and paced my office, a tight feeling constricting my chest. This was no longer just another missing person case. It had become personal. I felt I owed it to Leo to find an answer, no matter how terrifying. I went back to the database, but this time I didn't use official terms. I tried words from folklore and old tribal stories. Canyon spirit, cursed place, call of the water. And then I found something. It was buried in an old, rarely accessed digital archive. A brief report from 1972 about a hiker who had vanished mysteriously near Pumpkin Springs. The report stated they found only his tent and gear left behind. But the most chilling detail was a note from the hiker's personal journal, found in the tent. The last sentence, written in a shaky hand, read, "The sweet smell of rotting flowers is everywhere. The silence here is alive. It demands you be naked to become a part of it." My heart nearly stopped. It was the same pattern, the same descriptions, separated by nearly 50 years. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a terrifying pattern. I looked at the map on my wall again. It no longer looked like a map. It looked like the face of some ancient entity, staring back at me. I knew what I had to do next. I couldn't solve this mystery from the safety of my desk. I had to go there. I had to go to Pumpkin Springs myself. And I would listen to the final recording there. In the place where Leo's voice went silent forever. The decision to go to Pumpkin Springs myself wasn't made lightly. It went against protocol and common sense. A solo trip into a remote section of the canyon to investigate a feeling was the kind of thing that got rangers fired, or worse, killed. But the parallel between Leo's recording and the hiker's journal from 1972 was a hook I couldn't shake loose. It was a pattern. And in my line of work, patterns are that separate a tragedy from a mystery. I submitted a float plan under the guise of a routine patrol and gear inspection, keeping my true intentions to myself. 2 days later, I was pushing my own kayak into the cold, green waters of the Colorado River. The first day on the river was normal. The familiar sounds were a comfort, the rush of water over rocks, the call of a canyon wren echoing off the cliffs, the steady rhythm of my paddle dipping into the current. I camped under a brilliant canopy of stars, the vastness of the cosmos a familiar and reassuring sight. But as I drew closer to mile 213 on the second day, a change began to creep in. It was subtle at first. I noticed I hadn't seen a bird for over an hour. The constant buzz of insects along the riverbanks had faded away. The wind, which had been a constant companion, died completely, leaving the air unnaturally still. The silence descended not like a blanket, but like a vacuum, sucking all the sound out of the world. Then came the smell. It wasn't the clean, earthy scent of the river or the sulfurous tang I expected from the approaching spring. It was exactly as Leo had described it: sweet, cloying, and deeply unsettling, like a florist's shop filled with decaying lilies. It clung to the back of my throat, a scent that felt ancient and predatory. My own gear, my bright red kayak and yellow PFD, suddenly seemed garish and intrusive. I felt a bizarre, self-conscious urge to hide them, to blend in. The logical part of my brain screamed that I was projecting, that my mind was playing tricks on me, because I knew what to expect. But the primal, instinctual part of me knew better. This place was wrong. I saw Pumpkin Springs ahead, the travertine dome looking like a melted scoop of vanilla ice cream against the dark rock. As per Leo's recording, I let the current guide me. And just as he'd said, the kayak began to drift unnervingly toward the shore, directly below the spring, as if pulled by an invisible tether. The water here was like black glass, unnaturally still. I beached the kayak, my feet sinking into the damp sand. The silence was absolute. It pressed in on my eardrums, a physical weight. I could feel a low vibration through the soles of my boots, a deep audible hum that resonated in my bones. The rock had a pulse. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in a silent world. My hands trembled as I pulled out my service phone, the one containing the audio file. I had promised myself I would listen to the last recording here, and I intended to keep that promise, no matter how much every nerve in my body screamed at me to get back in my boat and paddle away. I sat on the sand, my back against the cold hull of my kayak, and pressed play. The recording was only 9 minutes after the previous one. Voice memo 5-15,031. The recording begins with the sound of soft, rhythmic splashing. Leo's voice is a whisper, but it's not a whisper of fear. It is filled with a strange, ecstatic ring and profound peace. I understand now. It's not a place you visit. It's a place you join. You just have to be invited. You have to shed the noise. I'm taking off the PFD. It feels so good. The water is cool. It's not taking me down. It's holding me. My purple water bottle, it just floated away. Such a loud color. I'm sorry. I'm quiet now. I'm finally quiet. I'm stepping out. I'm going home. So the sound of a single soft splash, as if someone is gently stepping into the water. It is followed by 10 seconds of perfect, unbroken silence. The recording ends. The phone slipped from my fingers, falling onto the sand. I'm going home. The words hung in the dead air, more terrifying than any scream. He wasn't fighting for his life. He wasn't scared. He was accepting an invitation. He was joining. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes wide, scanning the shoreline, the dark water, the impassive rock face. I saw nothing. No body, no clothes, no gear. Just the oppressive, watchful silence of the canyon. And then I felt it. The hum grew stronger, and with it came the feeling Leo had described. A pressure. A deep, slow thought that wasn't my own, whispering into the back of my mind. Take it off, be one of us, be quiet. My bright yellow PFD suddenly felt like a cage of fire, an agonizingly loud intrusion. My hands moved towards the buckles, my fingers twitching with the urge to release them, to shed the noise, to feel the cool water hold me. A wave of serene, welcoming peace washed over me, promising an end to all struggle, all questions. It was the most seductive and terrifying feeling of my life. What saved me, I don't know. Maybe it was the 15 years of training, the ingrained discipline of a ranger. Maybe it was the image of my wife's face flashing in my mind. I let out a strangled cry, a raw, animal sound that shattered the silence. The spell broke. The feeling receded, leaving me shaking and gasping for breath. I stumbled backward, away from the water's edge, my boots slipping in the sand. I didn't look back. I shoved my kayak into the river, jumped in, and paddled with a frantic, desperate energy I hadn't felt since I was a rookie. I paddled until my muscles burned and my lungs screamed, not stopping until the sickly sweet smell was gone and the familiar sounds of the canyon, the wind, the birds, the river, had returned. I filed my official report a week later. I wrote that the search for Leo Martinez was concluded. I detailed the discovery of the phone and the contents of the audio files. For the cause of disappearance, I wrote what the official record will always show: undetermined, presumed drowned. I made no mention of the 1972 hiker, of the impossible current, of the sweet smell, or of the voice in my head. Who would believe me? They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation, and I would have lost the career I had dedicated my life to. The case is closed. But for me, it will never be over. I can't look at the canyon map on my wall anymore without seeing a living, breathing entity staring back. I can't sit in silence without feeling a faint echo of that deep, slow hum. The canyon took Leo Martinez. It didn't kill him, it invited him. It asked him to be quiet, and he accepted. I have submitted a request for a transfer. I don't care where they send me, as long as it's flat, as long as it's somewhere with noise. I have had enough of the silence. My name is Ranger Ainsley Wells, and for the past 8 years, my life has been intrinsically bound to the vast, silent majesty of the Grand Canyon's North Rim. This isn't merely a job, it is a stewardship, a covenant I made with this formidable landscape long before I ever pinned on the badge. I am responsible for this district, a sprawling territory of ancient rock, whispering pines, and shadows that hold secrets older than human memory. My duties are multifaceted, ranging from the mundane task of trail maintenance to the adrenaline-fueled urgency of search and rescue operations. I am a guide, a guardian, a law enforcement officer, and more often than I care to admit, A reluctant debunker of myths for tourists, sooty softened senses mistake the unfamiliar sounds of the wild for portents of doom. The North Rim is a world apart from its southern counterpart. It is more remote, higher in elevation, and receives only a fraction of the visitors. Those who make the journey here are often seeking solitude, a more profound connection with nature. They find it, but they also find an environment that is profoundly indifferent to their survival. The beauty of the canyon is a sharp, dangerous thing. The sweeping vistas that steal your breath can also steal your life with a single misstep. The profound silence that calms the soul can also swallow a cry for help without a trace. I have seen seasoned hikers humbled by its sudden storms and casual tourists paralyzed by its sheer scale. I respect its power, and I fear the carelessness of those who do not. This week, however, the calls have been different. Not about sightings of the mythical kaibab, squirrel with glowing eyes, nor about the low-frequency hums some visitors claim are UFOs charging their batteries. This is something older, more primal. It began 3 nights ago. A call from the front desk at the Grand Canyon Lodge, that stately, rustic bastion of comfort perched precariously on the canyon's edge. A guest, a man from Ohio, reported hearing a woman screaming. I was on patrol near the entrance station and swung by. I spoke with him, a man clearly rattled, and then spent an hour patrolling the main overlooks. I heard nothing but the sigh of the wind through the ponderosa pines and the distant, lonely call of a great horned owl. I logged it as a probable mountain lion. Their cries, especially those of a female in heat, can be shockingly human, a fact that has fueled local ghost stories for generations. The second call came the following night. From a different room, a different guest, a family from California this time. The report was identical. A woman screaming, seemingly from the direction of the transept trail. Again, I patrolled. Again, I found nothing. The air was still. The sky littered with a billion stars, a sight that usually brings me peace, but that night felt cold and watchful. I reassured the lodge manager that it was almost certainly a cougar, and that the canyon's unique acoustics could play tricks, carrying and distorting sounds over vast distances. He seemed satisfied, but I felt a prickle of unease. 2 nights, 2 separate reports. It was a coincidence, but in my line of work, coincidences are often just patterns you haven't fully recognized yet. Tonight, the third call came, 21:30, the lodge again. Guest in room 304. The report was delivered with a chilling familiarity. A woman screaming, out on the transept trail. This time, the manager's voice was tight with worry. Ainsley, this is the third one. People are getting spooked. I am spooked. There is a legend here, of course. Every corner of a place this old has its ghosts. Ours is the wailing woman of the transept. The story, polished smooth by countless retellings around campfires, speaks of a pioneer family in the late 1800s. They were caught in a freak summer monsoon, a violent localized storm that can turn dry creek beds into raging torrents in minutes. The husband and young son were swept from the trail and fell into the abyss. The woman, driven mad by grief, remained searching for them, her cries echoing through the canyon. They say she eventually wasted away, dying of a broken heart on the very overlook, where she last saw her family. On stormy nights, her spirit is said to walk the trail, clad in a simple white dress adorned with small blue flowers, weeping for her lost loved ones. It's a tragic, compelling tale. It's also, I've always believed, just a story. a way for the human mind to give a face to the random cruelty of nature. A cautionary tale wrapped in the supernatural. I have walked the transept trail on countless nights, in all seasons, in rain and snow and the dead calm of summer. I have never heard a thing. Tonight, the moon is a brilliant, nearly full disk, bathing the landscape in a sterile silver light. The sky is clear, the air sharp and cold with the promise of autumn. There is no storm, not a breath of wind. It is by all accounts a perfect night. And yet, I feel a knot of dread tightening in my stomach as I drive the short distance from my station to the trailhead. Procedure is procedure, but this feels different. This feels wrong. 21:55. I park the truck at the transept trailhead, near the hushed and sleeping North Rim campground. The silence is absolute. It presses in, heavy and expectant. I kill the engine, and the silence deepens. Across the chasm, the lights of the lodge are a warm, inviting cluster, a tiny island of humanity in an ocean of darkness. It seems impossible that a specific sound could travel so clearly from here to there. The canyon is a vast bowl of shadows, its depths impenetrable. I grab my high-powered flashlight and my pack, its familiar weight a small comfort, and step out into the cold. The air is so still I can hear the faint hum of the electrical transformers at the lodge, miles away. I start down the trail, my boots crunching softly on the gravel. The path is well worn, a pale ribbon winding through the dark silhouettes of juniper and peon pine. The first quartered mile is uneventful. There is only the rhythm of my own breathing and the vast, empty panorama of the canyon to my left. I tell myself this is a waste of time. It's a cougar, or an owl, or the wind playing tricks that my mind, primed by the phone calls, is twisting into something it's not. Then, at 20:15, I hear it, and every rational explanation evaporates in a puff of cold vapor. It is not a cougar, it is not an owl, it is not the wind. It is crying, a high, thin, desolate sound that cuts through the silence like a shard of glass. It is the sound of pure, undiluted grief, a weeping that seems to carry the weight of an unbearable loss. It rises and falls with a heartbreaking cadence, and it is unmistakably human. It's coming from further down the trail, somewhere ahead, closer to the canyon's edge. My blood runs cold. It is exactly what the legend describes. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the vast silence. I've walked this trail 100 nights and never heard a thing. Why now? On this windless, stormless night, why is the wailing woman here? Every instinct, honed by years in the wilderness, is screaming at me. This is not a ghost story. This is a threat. For a long moment, I am frozen in place, a statue carved from ice and disbelief. Every fiber of my being, every lesson learned from years of training, is at war with the primal terror that has seized my heart. My training dictates a clear protocol. A possible person in distress requires immediate investigation and aid. I should be unholstering my radio, calling in my position, reporting the sound, and proceeding with caution to locate the source. But the sound, it bypasses logic. It isn't just a cry for help. It feels like an invasive species in the landscape of the night. Something that does not belong here. Something fundamentally wrong. The air itself seems to have grown colder, heavier. The moonlight, once sterile and silver, now feels like a surgical light, pinning me to the trail. My hand hovers over the radio on my belt, but I hesitate. What do I say? Dispatch. I am investigating a ghost story that appears to be true. They would think I'd lost my mind. I need evidence. I need a visual. I need something tangible before I bring the entire park. Apparatus crashing down on what might still be a bizarre natural phenomenon. My duty as a ranger wins out over my fear, but only just. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the cold air stinging my lungs, and force my legs to move. I walk slowly, placing each foot with deliberate care, trying to make as little noise as possible. My flashlight beam cuts a nervous, trembling path ahead of me, dancing over rocks and twisted juniper roots. The weeping continues, a constant, heartbreaking lament that seems to pull at something deep inside me, a core of empathy that I now recognize as a dangerous vulnerability. It makes you want to help. It makes you want to run towards it, to offer comfort, to end the suffering. I've gone another 100 yards when a shape detaches itself from the deeper shadows of a pea on pine just ahead. I stop dead, my hand instinctively dropping to the grip of my sidearm. My heart leaps into my throat. "Identify yourself!" I call out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the immense quiet. The beam of my flashlight finds a man. He's standing on the trail, half turned towards me, his own smaller headlamp momentarily blinding me, before he has the presence of mind to aim it at the ground. He's tall, dressed in hiking pants and a fleece jacket, and he looks utterly terrified. His face is pale, his eyes wide, and he's breathing in short, shallow gasps. "Ranger." "Oh, thank God," he says, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Did you hear that?" I keep my light on him, assessing. He doesn't appear to be a threat. He looks like a dozen hikers I meet every day. A tourist, probably from the campground, drawn out by the same siren song that I was. "I hear it," I reply, my voice steadying. "Stay where you are. What's your name? What are you doing out here?" "Ben," he says, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. "Ben Carter. I'm in Site 24 at the campground." I couldn't sleep. And then I heard that. He gestures vaguely down the trail, in the direction of the weeping. I thought someone was hurt. A kid, maybe, or a woman who fell. His explanation is a mirror of my own initial, rational thoughts. It's a small comfort to know I'm not the only one whose mind went there first. "I'm Ranger Wells," I say, lowering my flashlight beam slightly. "I'm investigating a series of reports. You shouldn't be out here alone, Ben. This trail isn't safe at night." "I know, I'm sorry. It was stupid," he admits, his shoulders slumping in relief. "But that sound, you just can't ignore it, you know. It sounds so real. So awful." He's right. The crying has a texture, a depth that defies easy dismissal. It wraps around you, seeps into your bones. It's the most authentic expression of sorrow I have ever heard. "Stay behind me," I command, my sense of purpose returning now that I have a civilian to protect. We'll check it out, but we do it my way. No sudden moves. We stick to the trail. He nods eagerly, falling into step a few feet behind me. Having another person here should be reassuring, but it isn't. It just doubles the stakes. Now there are two of us walking towards this thing. The crying seems to intensify as we move, swelling in volume. It's coming from just ahead, around a sharp bend in the trail that I know leads to a wide, flat overlook, one of the most scenic and dangerous spots on the North Rim. The sound is so clear now, so achingly sad, that I find myself fighting back an absurd urge to cry in sympathy. Beside me, I can hear Ben sniffling. The sound is working on him, too. It's a weaponized grief, designed to disarm, to lure you in. The trail widens, and the trees fall away. We are approaching the overlook. It's a massive, flat expanse of kaibab limestone that juts out over the blackness of the canyon, a natural balcony into the void. The moonlight floods the space, making the pale rock glow. The crying is loud here, overwhelmingly so. It seems to be coming from all around us, echoing off unseen canyon walls. It's a vortex of sound, pulling us toward the edge. We step onto the stone platform, our boots scraping on the rock. We are here. The source should be right in front of us, but there is nothing. The overlook is empty. Just flat, moon-washed rock and then nothing. The abyss. Ben and I both stop, turning in slow circles, our flashlight beams sweeping across the empty space. The sound is at its peak. A terrible, wailing crescendo that vibrates through the soles of my feet. But it isn't coming from the trail ahead of us, or from the trees behind us. It's just here. And then we both realize it at the same time. It's a moment of shared, dawning horror that needs no words. Ben's face, already pale, turns a ghostly white in the beam of my flashlight. His mouth opens, but no sound comes out. He raises a trembling hand and points. Not forward, not across, but down. Down. I force myself to the edge of the cliff, my stomach churning. I shine my light over the side. The beam cuts through the darkness, illuminating a sheer, vertical wall of rock that plunges thousands of feet into the unseen depths. There are no ledges, no handholds, nothing a human being could possibly cling to. The sound is coming from below us. It is rising up from the sheer cliff face. It is weeping from the abyss itself. The world narrows to the beam of my flashlight, cutting through the oppressive dark. Below us, there is only a sheer drop, a vertical ocean of blackness. My mind refuses to process the input from my ears. It is impossible. Sound doesn't rise from a void like this. It should be whipped away by currents of air, lost in the immense space. Yet, the weeping continues its ascent, a clear, pure column of sound rising from the depths, as if climbing an invisible ladder. My stomach clenches, a knot of ice and acid. Vertigo threatens to pull me forward, not from a fear of heights, but from the sheer wrongness of the phenomenon. Every law of physics, every rational piece of my worldview, is shattering against the hard reality of this moment. It can't be. Ben whispers beside me, his voice cracking. It's an echo. It has to be an echo from somewhere else. But we both know it's a lie. The air is dead still. There is no wind to carry a sound and throw it back at us from a strange angle. There is no other source. We are at the heart of the sound, and the heart is in the empty space below our feet. My mind scrambles, desperately searching for a foothold of logic. A speaker, maybe. Some elaborate, cruel prank. But who would rappel? 1,000 feet down a she-cliff face in the dead of night, just to play a recording of a crying woman. The logistics are as insane as the act itself. The motive, non-existent. No, this isn't human. And then, the final, terrible piece of the puzzle slides into place. It's a moment of chilling clarity, a sudden, ice-cold understanding that feels more like a memory than a realization. The legend. The wailing woman in her white dress with the little blue flowers. The story isn't about her. It was never about her. We have been fools, blinded by our own compassion. The story of the grieving woman isn't the ghost of a victim. It's the advertisement for a predator. It's the bait. It's a lure, perfected over centuries. A call specifically designed to exploit the best parts of human nature. Our empathy, our desire to help, and draw us, compassionate and unwary, right to the edge of this cliff. It's a trap. The legend is a trap. As if triggered by my realization, the sound begins to change. The transformation is the single most horrifying thing I have ever experienced. The high, keening notes of human sorrow falter, stretch, and distort like a cassette tape being slowly chewed by a machine. The weeping flattens, the cadence of grief dissolving into something guttural and wet. The last semblance of a human cry is replaced by a low, rhythmic, chittering sound. It's a series of clicks and pops, like wet pebble knocked together deep within a cavern. It is a sound of alien biology, of something that has never known sunlight. It is the sound of a thing that is patient and ancient and hungry. At the same time, a smell wafts up from the abyss. It is not the clean, earthy scent of the pine forest or the dry dust of the canyon. It is a thick, cloying stench of decay, a foul combination of damp, freshly turned soil and old, spoiled meat. It is the smell of the grave, of something that has been left to rot in the dark. It fills my nostrils, coats the back of my throat, and I have to fight the urge to gag. What is that? Ben chokes out, stumbling back from the edge, his face a mask of pure revulsion. Oh God, what is that smell? He is backing away slowly, his eyes wide with a terror that has gone far beyond the fear of ghosts. This is the primal fear of being prey. I should be doing the same, but I am frozen, my gaze locked on the darkness below. My hand has found the cold, reassuring steel of my sidearm, and I have drawn it without conscious thought. But what do I shoot at? The dark, the sound, the smell. The weapon feels like a child's toy, laughably inadequate against the scale of this unseen horror. The legend isn't the story of the woman who died here. It is the story of the thing that took her. And it's still here. It's still hungry. It has been using her voice, her tragedy, as its hunting call for who knows how long. How many others have stood on this ledge, drawn in by the sound of weeping, only to be met with this clicking and this stench? How many missing persons cases in this park are not cases of people getting lost, but of people getting found? The clicking grows louder, closer. It is ascending. Something is coming up the cliff face. That thought finally breaks my paralysis. Ben, run. I scream, my voice raw with panic. Get back to the truck. Now. I grab his arm and physically haul him backwards, away from the edge. He stumbles, then finds his footing, and begins to sprint back down the trail, his breath sobbing in the quiet. I am right behind him, my own lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode in my chest. We are not running from something we can see. We are running from a sound and a smell, from a concept so monstrous it has no place in the waking world. We crash through the undergrowth, ignoring the trail, branches whipping at our faces. I don't look back. I don't dare. The clicking sound seems to follow us, a dry, persistent rattle that is always just behind our heels. We burst out of the trees and into the gravel parking lot. The sight of my truck, solid and mundane under the moonlight, is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Ben fumbles with the passenger door, yanking it open and throwing himself inside. I dive into the driver's seat, my hands shaking so violently I can barely fit the key into the ignition. My fingers are slick with a cold sweat. I drop my logbook on the passenger seat without thinking. Turn the key. The engine roars to life. Its mechanical thunder a defiant roar against the ancient silence. I slam the truck into reverse, spin the wheel, and stomp on the accelerator. Gravel flies as the tires fight for purchase. As the headlights swing around, they illuminate the entrance to the trail. And for a single, heart-stopping second, I see it. Not a woman, not a ghost, just a shape, impossibly tall and thin, detaching itself from the shadows of the trees, at the edge of the overlook. It is pale, the color of bone or fungus, and it seems to unfold itself, rising to a height that is not natural. I see no face, no eyes, just a suggestion of long, spindly limbs. Then it shrinks back, melting into the darkness as if the light itself were painful to it. I don't wait to see more. I floor the accelerator, and the truck leaps forward, leaving the transept trail and its waiting horror behind us. My hand is shaking as I grab my radio. My thumb fumbles on the transmit button. I open my mouth to speak, to warn them, to tell them what the legend really is. But what words can I use? My mind is a frantic, barely legible scrawl. Ben is curled in the passenger seat, making small, wounded animal sounds. The legend is a lie. It's a lie. The logbook ends here. It was found the next morning on the trail, a few feet from the overlook, with a single, muddy handprint on the cover. My name is Bessie Hyde. Or it was. That name belongs to a woman who, along with her husband, Glenn, was swallowed by the vast, unforgiving wilderness of the Grand Canyon in the winter of 1928. The world remembers us as a romantic, adventurous couple who dared to challenge the mighty Colorado River and lost. They found our boat, the sturdy scow Glenn had built with his own 2 hands, adrift and empty. They found no bodies. The official story is one of tragedy, of a young couple's ambition meeting a watery grave. It is a simple, clean narrative. It is also a lie. My husband, Glenn Rollin Hyde, was a man carved from the very same rugged Idaho landscape where he was raised. He was a dreamer, but his dreams were not of soft clouds and easy living. They were of jagged peaks, roaring rapids, and the kind of hard-won glory that leaves scars. He had a poet's heart trapped in a frontiersman's body. Before the canyon, that heart beat for me. He wrote me letters filled with such raw, earnest emotion they felt more real than the paper they were on. He saw in me not just a wife, but a partner in adventure, an equal in spirit. It was this shared vision that brought us here, to the lip of the greatest chasm on earth. Our goal was twofold and audacious. Glenn sought to set a new speed record for navigating the Grand Canyon, a feat of endurance and skill that would etch his name into the annals of river running history. My own ambition was, perhaps, even bolder. I intended to be the first woman to successfully run the entire length of the canyon. Bessie Hyde, the woman who tamed the Colorado. It had a certain ring to it. We launched our scow, which Glenn christened the Rain, in the face, with hearts full of hope and the crisp autumn air invigorating our senses. For the first few weeks, it was everything we had imagined. We worked as a seamless team, Glenn's strength and experience at the oars complemented by my own agility and sharp eyes. We were in love, not just with each other, but with the grand wildlife we were living. But the canyon is not a passive landscape. It is a presence. It watches, it breathes, and it changes those who enter its domain. And it began to change my Glenn. November 17th, 1928. Emery Kolb took our picture today. He and his brother operate a studio perched on the south rim. True canyon veterans. He'd rowed down to meet us. A funny little man with a weathered face and an artist's eye that missed nothing. He seemed genuinely concerned, his gaze lingering on me a moment too long. I think he saw the subtle tremor in my smile, the wariness that had begun to settle deep in my bones. He saw the look in my eyes, I think. Glenn, of course, was all bravado for the camera. He stood tall at the stern, one hand on the sweep oar, chest puffed out. He spoke loudly of the speed record, of our progress, of me being the first woman to run this magnificent beast of a river. He was performing, playing the part of the intrepid explorer he so desperately wanted to be. But I saw the way his eyes kept darting from the camera lens to the towering, rust-colored walls that entombed us. His words were for Mr. Kolb, but his attention was for the canyon. When Mr. Kolb was gone, his little boat a shrinking speck against the current, the bravado fell away from Glenn like a shed skin. The boisterous adventurer vanished, replaced by a quiet, brooding stranger. He turned his back to me and faced the sheer cliff face, whispering to it as if it were a trusted confidant. The words were too low for me to hear, lost to the river's constant murmur, but the act itself sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the November air. He is doing that more and more. He communes with the rock and the water, while the distance between us grows as wide and as deep as the canyon itself. November 18, 1928. This was, I believe, the last day anyone saw us alive. We passed a scow, carrying a search party looking for a lost tourist. Glenn barely acknowledged them. A curt nod was all he offered before turning his focus back to the water. His eyes are always on the water now, or the rocks. He studies the eddies and currents with an unnerving intensity, as if he's trying to read a secret language written in the ripples. He says the canyon is speaking to him, that its voice is in the grinding of stones on the riverbed and the sigh of the wind through the side canyons. Last night, I woke to a profound and sudden cold. The space beside me in our bedroll was empty. Panic, sharp and cold, seized me. I scrambled out, my heart hammering against my ribs. I found him at the river's edge, standing ankle deep in the freezing, black water. The moon was a silver sliver, casting just enough light to illuminate his silhouette against the churning current. He was humming a strange, discordant tune with no discernible melody. It was a sound that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, ancient and unsettling. "Glenn?" I called out, my voice trembling. He didn't turn. The river was giving me instructions, he said, his voice flat, devoid of its usual warmth. "She has a plan for us, Bess. A glorious one. She." "Who is she?" I asked, stepping closer, my bare feet recoiling from the icy mud. He finally turned to look at me, but his eyes were not his own. They seemed to reflect the vast, empty darkness of the canyon, all emotion scarred from them. "The canyon, of course," he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "She has chosen us. He is not the man I married. He is a shell, a vessel. The canyon is wearing my husband's face, and it is looking at me with an owner's gaze." I went back to our camp, but I did not sleep. I lay there, shivering, listening to the two terrible sounds that filled the night, the ceaseless roar of the river, and the low, tuneless humming of the man who lay beside me, a stranger made of my husband's flesh and bone. The man who was once my port in any storm had become the storm itself. November 19th, 1928. He stopped talking to me today. The silence descended not gradually, but like a stone wall dropped between us. Yesterday, he was a stranger speaking in riddles. Today, he is a mute effigy of the man I loved. He still rose, his movements mechanically efficient, his powerful shoulders working without pause. But his presence has become a vacuum, drawing all warmth and hope from the cramped confines of our boat. He only talks to the walls now. As we drift through the colossal corridors of stone, he traces the lines in the rock with his calloused fingers, his lips moving silently, forming words I cannot and do not want to hear. It is a lover's caress, an acolyte's prayer. He is reading the canyon's scripture, and its gospel is turning him into a monster. He's not eating. Not our food, anyway. I prepared bacon and beans this morning. The familiar smell, a desperate attempt to reclaim some normalcy. He didn't even glance at the plate. He simply shook his head, a slow, deliberate gesture, and turned back to the cleds. He whispered, not to me, but to the air. Later, I saw him chewing on a piece of gnarled, pale root he'd pulled from a crack in the rock near the water's edge. His jaw worked methodically. His eyes glazed over. The thought of what sustenance this place might offer him, what nourishment it might provide that our perfectly good supplies could not, made my stomach turn. The boat he built with such pride, our little vessel of ambition, feels like a coffin now. Every scrape of the hull against a hidden rock, every lurch as it enters a new stretch of rapids, feels like another nail being hammered into the lid. It carries us deeper into his madness, and there is no escape. The river flows in one direction, and the walls are 1,000 feet high. I am trapped on this floating bayou, with a man whose mind has been hollowed out and refilled with something ancient and alien. The final violation came this morning. I was reading from my small, leather-bound book of poetry, the one my mother gave me. Its pages were a sanctuary, a reminder of a world of beauty and gentleness, of emotions that could be captured in verse, rather than screamed into an unfeeling void. He turned from his communion with the rock, his eyes fixing on the book in my hands. He moved with a swiftness that startled me, snatching it from my grasp before I could react. "Glenn." "No," I cried, reaching for it. He held it up, his face a mask of cold disdain. "These words are lies," he hissed, his first direct address to me in what felt like an eternity. His voice was rough, unused. "They are human noise. They distract from the truth." "What truth?" I begged, tears welling in my eyes. "Glenn, that was a gift from my mother." "The only truth is this stone," he declared, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent my book sailing through the air. It landed with a soft splash in the brown, churning water and was gone in an instant, swallowed by the current. He watched it disappear, then turned his empty eyes back to me. There was no anger in them, no malice. There was only a profound and terrifying certainty. He had not destroyed something of mine. He had removed an obstacle. He had purified our vessel. I wept, but my sobs were soundless, caught in my throat. The canyon, I knew, would simply swallow the sound anyway. November 20th, 1928. He made an offering today. I now understand that everything he has done, the whispering, the fasting, the destruction of my book, has been a prelude, a purification ritual leading to this. I had fallen into an exhausted, dreamless sleep, a brief respite from the waking nightmare. I woke with a start, not to a sound, but to a sensation. A cold, metallic touch against my scalp. My eyes snapped open. Glenn was kneeling over me. The moonlight from a crack in the canyon's ceiling glinting off the blade of the knife we use for cooking. My heart stopped. But he wasn't trying to kill me. Not yet. In his other hand, he held a lock of my hair. He had cut it while I slept. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the cold, hard side of the boat, too terrified to scream. He paid me no mind. He seemed to be in a trance, his movements deliberate and ceremonial. He took a piece of driftwood from the bottom of the boat and carefully, reverently, tied the lock of my brown hair to it. He used a strip of leather he'd cut from his own belt, binding my hair to the wood with a piece of himself, He then crawled to the edge of the scow, and holding the small effigy in both hands, he leaned over the dark water. He whispered to it, the same silent, moving lips. Then he pushed it gently into the current. He did not release it to be swept away. He watched it. His focus was absolute, his body rigid as he stared at the small piece of wood and hair as it bobbed and spun in the eddies, slowly moving away from us downriver until it was utterly consumed by the darkness. Only then did he seem to relax. He turned to me, and his eyes were not his. I have tried to describe them before, but I always fail. They were not just empty. They were filled with something other than a human soul. They were as old and as empty as the canyon itself, reflecting an immense geological patience, a down payment. He said, his voice a dry rustle. She requires a gift, to show we are serious. My own voice was a fragile thing, a thread of sound in the immense silence. Who is she? He just smiled. It was the most terrible thing I have ever seen. The expression did not touch his eyes. It was a stretching of lips over teeth, a gesture that held no warmth, no humor, only a chilling satisfaction. He reached out a hand, not to me, but to the sheer rock wall beside him, and stroked it with a tenderness he had not shown me in weeks. The gesture was his answer. She was the stone. She was the water. She was the wind. She was the canyon, and she was hungry. And I, Bessie Hyde, was the intended feast. November 21st, 1928. I know what he means to do. The horrifying truth, which had been a creeping shadow in the corners of my mind, has now emerged into the stark, cold light. He means to give me to this place. He is not my Glenn anymore. That man is gone, drowned in the depths of this canyon long before his body meets the water. The thing that wears his face is a priest of this terrible, silent church of rock and river. All day he has been preparing. He has cleaned the boat not for efficiency, but with a ritualistic slowness, wiping away any trace of our journey, of our life together. He has been watching the water not as a navigator, but as a supplicant awaiting a sign. Tonight, as a sliver of moon cast long, skeletal shadows across the water, he spoke to me. His voice was calm, reasonable, and that was the most frightening thing of all. He told me that the final rapid we were approaching, a notorious stretch of churning whitewater, was a gateway, a baptism. He said we had to go through it together, but not in the boat. We had to be unburdened. He wants us to leave the boat, our last bastion of the human world, and give ourselves to the water. He spoke of it as a consummation, a final union with the canyon. He said it would make us permanent, that our flesh would dissolve and our spirits would merge with the stone. It would make us gods, he promised, his eyes gleaming with a fanatic's fire. He described it with such passion, the way he once described his love for me. He spoke of the crushing power of the water not as a force of destruction, but as an act of creation. We would be scoured clean of our petty human concerns, of our memories, of our very selves. In his twisted vision, this was not murder. It was an apotheosis. He was offering me immortality, a place in his new pantheon. I looked at the man I had crossed the country to marry, the man whose hands I had held as we planned our future, and I saw a stranger offering me an eternity of cold, silent stone. I am no longer just a passenger in this coffin. I am the sacrificial offering lying upon the altar. Sleep will not come tonight. I will not allow it. I have kept the small, sharp knife we use for scaling fish tucked into the waistband of my trousers. It feels pitifully small against the immensity of this place, but it is all I have. November 22nd, 1928. He came for me after midnight. The moon had vanished behind the canyon rim, plunging our world into an absolute, suffocating blackness. The only light was the faint, cold starlight reflecting off the river's surface. I had been feigning sleep, my body rigid, every nerve screaming. I heard him rise, a slow, deliberate movement in the dark. I felt his presence loom over me. He had the larger knife, the one we use for cooking and cutting rope. I saw its silhouette against the star-dusted water. "It is time, Bessie," he whispered, his voice thick with a holy reverence. "She is waiting. The canyon is hungry, and she has promised me everything in return for you. She will make me her voice, her champion." I didn't wait. I exploded from my bedroll, a scream tearing from my throat, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. But the walls just swallowed it. The immense stone faces drank the sound, leaving only the roar of the river. He was strong, his body hardened by weeks of rowing, and he easily overpowered me. The man I loved was gone, and a monster held me down, his knee pressing into my chest, his wild eyes searching for my heart. His left hand pinned my arms while his right hand raised the knife. I fought. I bucked and twisted, my nails scratching at his arms, my teeth snapping at anything I could reach. It was useless. He was a man possessed by a force as old as the mountains, and I was just a woman. I don't know how I got the knife, the one I had hidden, in the desperate, thrashing chaos. My hand, scrabbling for purchase, for anything, closed around its small, wooden handle. It was an automatic, unthinking act, the last spasm of a creature fighting for its life. As he brought his arm down, I brought my own up, driving the small, sharp blade into his side with all the force I could muster. The shock on his face was not of pain. It was one of utter, profound betrayal. His eyes, for a fleeting instant, cleared. I saw a flicker of my Glenn, of the man I married, looking at me in stunned disbelief. It was as if I had not just stabbed him, but had committed an act of blasphemy. As if I had denied a hungry god its rightful meal. He gasped, a wet, rattling sound, and his grip on me loosened. He stumbled backward, his hand going to the wound in his side. He looked from my face to the dark, swirling water, and a look of horror, true human horror, finally dawned in his eyes. He had failed his god. He fell back into the water. There was a heavy splash, a brief, desperate struggle against the current, and then the river took him. It pulled him under in an instant, without ceremony, and he was gone. I am alone now. The silence he left behind is heavier, more terrifying than his madness. I have to hide. Not from the law. I doubt any jury would convict me. I have to hide from this place. It knows what I did. I can feel its indignation in the cold wind that whips through the gorge. It knows I stole its prize. The offering was made. The sacrifice was prepared, and I denied it. The hunger remains. I will beach the boat downstream, where they are sure to find it. I will leave our supplies, our journals, all but these pages. I will let them think we both drowned. 2 more foolish adventurers claimed by the river, and I will walk. I don't know how far. I don't know to where. But I will walk out of this canyon and never, ever look back. I will find a town where no one knows my name. I will change my life. I will become someone else. Anyone else. I cannot be Bessie Hyde anymore. Bessie Hyde died in the canyon tonight, along with her husband. The thing that killed him, the ancient, hungry presence in the stone, is still waiting. And I fear, somewhere in the deepest, darkest parts of myself, that it will wait for me forever. My name is Jacob Miller. For the past 3 months, I have been employed as a seasonal park ranger at the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve in southern Colorado. This position was meant to be a sabbatical of sorts, a deliberate retreat from the academic rigors and light, polluted skies of Southern California. Dr. Finch, Alistair, you yourself endorsed the idea. Go clear your head under a truly dark sky, you said. Get back to the basics, to the simple wonder of looking up. The plan was simple: fulfill my ranger duties by day, and by night, indulge in my true passion, astrophotography, using the pristine, high-altitude darkness of the San Luis Valley as my canvas. I was to collect data, capture stunning images of nebulae and distant galaxies, and return to Caltech in the spring with a clear mind and a hard drive full of cosmic beauty. The valley is, as advertised, an astronomer's paradise. Nestled between the Sangre de Cristo Mountains to the east and the San Juans to the west, it acts as a basin, collecting darkness the way it collects sand. On a moonless night, the Milky Way isn't just a faint, milky smudge, it is a riot of light and shadow. A celestial river, so bright it feels almost tangible, as if you could reach up and run your fingers through the stardust. My first few weeks were idyllic. I'd patrol the park's perimeter, advise tourists on the best routes to High Dune, and then, as twilight bled into profound night, I would set up my equipment, a 12-inch Schmidt, Cassegrain telescope and my trusty DSLR camera, and lose myself in the cosmos. The silence here is a physical presence. It's a pressure in the ears, broken only by the whisper of wind over the dunes and the distant, lonely cry of a coyote. It was everything I had hoped for, but a place this old, this isolated, accrues stories. They cling to the landscape like the morning mist in the lowlands. The other rangers, seasoned locals with faces weathered like the surrounding rock, speak of the valley's strangeness with a casual reverence. They call it the Bermuda Triangle of the West. The stories are a tapestry woven from different eras and cultures. I learned of the Ute legends first, tales down, through generations of a spirit people who inhabited the valley long before man. These beings were said to travel in lights, dancing in the sky and guarding the sacred mountains. Then came the modern folklore, a chaotic collection of high strangeness reports dating back to the mid-20th century. I read the files, treating them as a peculiar form of local history. I learned about the rash of unexplained cattle mutilations in the 1960s and 70s, where livestock were found with surgically precise incisions, drained of blood, with no tracks leading to or from the carcasses. The most famous case, of course, was that of Snippy the horse in 1967, a story that became a national sensation and a cornerstone of UFO lore. Alistair, you and I would have laughed at this. We would have methodically dismantled each account, attributing them to overactive imaginations, misidentified natural phenomena, or outright hoaxes. And that's exactly what I did. I was the scientist, the rational observer in a sea of superstition. I listened politely, smiled, and then turned my attention back to the quantifiable, predictable waltz of the celestial spheres. Science was my shield against the shadows. The first crack in that shield appeared not in the sky, but on my laptop screen. It was an anomaly in my long exposure photographs. To capture the faint light of deep sky objects, I leave my camera's shutter open for minutes at a time, the telescope tracking the Earth's rotation to keep the stars as pinpricks of light. Any object moving through the frame, like a satellite or a meteor, will leave a distinct, linear streak. My first few dozen images were perfect. Then I found one. A streak of light, but it wasn't linear. It made a sharp 45-degree turn. Impossible. A meteor doesn't change direction. A satellite follows a smooth, predictable arc. I dismissed it as a glitch, a cosmic ray hitting the sensor, perhaps. But then it happened again, and again. Night after night, my photographs were being contaminated by these impossible vectors. Faint lines of light that would move in erratic patterns. Zigzags, lazy curves, instantaneous stops. They were silent, geometric, and utterly defiant of any known aeronautical or astronomical explanation. I ran diagnostics on my equipment. I checked satellite schedules. I cross-referenced flight paths. Nothing. My scientific mind, the one you helped me build, was running out of answers. The science itself was becoming the source of my fear. The transition from digital artifact to physical reality occurred last Tuesday. I was on a late patrol, a routine check of the Castle Creek picnic area at the base of the dune field. The air was cold and still. The moon had not yet risen, and the dunes were a vast, undulating sea of blackness under the starlight. That's when I saw them. Not as a faint streak on a screen, but as 3 points of solid, self-luminous, amber light. They were arranged in a perfect, equilateral triangle, hovering silently, motionlessly, above the crest of High Dune about a mile away. My heart hammered against my ribs. I cut the engine of my truck, plunging myself into absolute silence. I expected the thrum of a helicopter, the whine of a jet. There was nothing. The lights were as silent as the stars they eclipsed. They held their position for what felt like an eternity, but my watch later told me it was only 50 seconds. Then, in perfect unison, they accelerated straight up. Not forward, not in an arc, but up. The movement was instantaneous and absolute. One moment they were there, a stark geometric pattern against the sky, and the next they were gone. No sound, no sonic boom, no trail of vapor. Just gone. In that moment, my carefully constructed wall of scientific skepticism didn't just crack. It shattered. The stories from the old rangers, the Ute legends, the files on cattle mutilations, they all came rushing back, not as folklore, but as a catalog of evidence I had been too arrogant to consider. I was no longer a detached observer. I was a witness. The past week has been a blur of fear and compulsive observation. Sleep has become a necessary evil, a brief interruption to my nightly vigil. Every evening, I drive out to the same spot. My telescope and camera, now feeling less like tools of science and more like instruments of a desperate search. And they are out there, every single night. Sometimes it's a single, inquisitive orb of light that zips across the valley. Other times, it's a fleet of them, moving in silent, coordinated formations that speak of a profound and unnerving intelligence. I've come to a conclusion that has settled deep in my bones, a cold, heavy certainty that I cannot shake. These things aren't extraterrestrial. They aren't visitors from another star system, Alistair. That would almost be comforting. The Ute legends, the modern sightings, we're just applying new labels to something that has always been here. We see flying saucers, they saw spirits. It's the same phenomenon, an intelligence so ancient and alien in its nature that it exists outside our narrow spectrum of comprehension. They aren't visiting. They live here. This valley, with its sea of sand and its silent, watching mountains, is theirs. And I, with my telescope and my frantic note, taking an intruder in their house. Alistair, I fear my previous log entry, to convey the true gravity of my psychological state. To say I am an intruder in their house is a gross oversimplification. An intruder is met with hostility, with alarms, with a clear and present threat. What I am experiencing is something far more insidious. I am not being repelled, I am being courted. The feeling is undeniable, a shift in the very fabric of my perception. The fear I described, that cold, heavy certainty, has not abated. But it has been joined by something else, something I am ashamed to admit, a profound and terrifying curiosity. My scientific mind, the one I believe to be shattered, is reassembling itself into a new, more dangerous configuration. It is no longer content to simply observe. It demands to understand, and it whispers to me in the dead of night that the only path to understanding lies across the sand, under the silent watch of those lights. The change began 2 nights ago. I was at my usual observation post, the truck parked. The telescope aimed at a particularly dense formation of lights near the Medano Creek area. They were performing their usual impossible ballet, drifting, hovering, executing instantaneous right-angle turns. But then, the pattern broke. One of them, a single, brilliant white orb, detached from the group. It descended slowly, deliberately. Not with the chaotic tumble of a falling object, but with the controlled grace of something under intelligent command. It moved from the starfield until it was hanging directly over the heart of the dune field. A solitary beacon in the immense darkness. And it just sat there, pulsing gently, a soft, rhythmic beat of light against the black velvet of the night. That is when I felt it for the first time. It wasn't a sound, not in the auditory sense. It was a resonance inside my own skull. A hum. It started at the base of my neck, a low-frequency vibration that seemed to bypass my ears entirely. With every pulse of the white light, the hum intensified, spreading through my consciousness like a dye dropped in water. And with the hum came the thought, or rather, the compulsion. It wasn't my own thought, it felt inserted, a piece of code uploaded directly into my brain. Come out. Meet us. It is time. The desire was overwhelming, a physical pull that made my muscles ache with the need to obey. My hand went to the door handle of the truck. It felt like the most natural, logical thing in the world. All the questions I had, all the fear and confusion, would be answered. I just had to take a walk. The thought was so seductive, so calming. It promised resolution. It promised an end to the maddening, cognitive dissonance that had taken over my life. I saw myself leaving the safety of the vehicle, my boots sinking into the cold sand, walking toward the serene, pulsing light. It felt like coming home. Some primal, terrified part of me screamed in protest. It was a vestigial instinct, the animal brain warning the rational mind that it was being led into a trap. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, the plastic groaning under the pressure. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sight of the light, but I could still feel it, a psychic pressure against my eyelids. The hum in my skull intensified, the silent command growing more insistent. We are here. We have been waiting. Do not be afraid. I don't know how long I sat there, locked in that silent battle. It could have been minutes or an hour. Finally, with a surge of adrenaline born of pure terror, I slammed the truck into gear and spun the wheel, spraying gravel as I fled. I drove back to my small ranger quarters, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard, I thought they would break. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat in the dark, shaking uncontrollably. But the feeling hasn't gone away. The hum is still there. It's quieter now, a background noise at the edge of my hearing. A constant, low-level psychic static. It's a reminder. A promise. It's calling to me. I've tried to fight it with science. Yesterday, I attempted to quantify the experience. I hypothesized that the lights might be emitting some form of infrasound or electromagnetic frequency that directly affects brain chemistry. I rigged a crude EMF detector and took it with me last night. I didn't dare get out of the truck. I just sat at the edge of the park road, watching. The lights appeared as they always do. The white one descended again, taking its position over the dunes. The hum started, faint at first, then growing in strength. My EMF meter remained silent. My audio recorder picked up nothing but the wind. My own instruments, the tools of my trade, told me that nothing was happening, that it was all in my head. And that, Alistair, is the most terrifying possibility of all. That this isn't a physical force to be measured, but a direct communication. A form of telepathy so advanced that it feels like a biological imperative. They are not just showing themselves to me, they are speaking to me in a language that bypasses words and targets the very core of my will. They know I am watching, and they know that my scientific curiosity is my greatest weakness. They are not forcing me. They are tempting me with the ultimate prize. An answer to the greatest unknown I have ever faced. I look at my telescope now and I see a child's toy. I look at my star charts, and they seem like crude, primitive maps of a world that is infinitely more complex and strange than we ever imagined. All my life, I have pursued knowledge through observation, through data, through the rigorous application of the scientific method. But that method has taken me to the edge of a cliff. The object of my study is on the other side, pulsing, waiting, humming its silent, irresistible song. To remain on this side is to live with the maddening uncertainty, to slowly lose my mind to the unanswered question. To cross over is to find the truth. I am a scientist, Alistair. My entire being is geared toward the acquisition of knowledge. I have reached the limits of what can be learned from a distance. The only remaining variable is to introduce a new element into the experiment, myself. I have to know what that light is. I have to understand the intelligence behind it. The fear is still there, a cold knot in my stomach. But the compulsion, the psychic hum, is no longer just a call. It feels like a purpose. I'm sorry. I know this will sound like madness. Perhaps it is. But science can only take you so far. There comes a point where observation must become participation. The light is out there now. I can feel it. It's waiting for me. I'm going for a walk. This report summarizes the events surrounding the disappearance of seasonal ranger Jacob Miller, last confirmed contact on October 28, 2023. At the time of his disappearance, Ranger Miller was 3 months into a 6-month term, with his duties primarily involving visitor assistance and nighttime astronomical observation under a special use permit. His performance record was exemplary, and he was known to be a quiet, professional, and highly intelligent individual. On October 29, Ranger Miller failed to report for his scheduled morning shift. A preliminary check of his assigned quarters found the residence empty. His personal vehicle, a park-issued pickup truck, was also missing. Initial assumptions were that he had taken an early morning drive or was engaged in a pre-dawn observation session and had simply lost track of time, which was not entirely out of character. However, by midday, with no radio contact, a formal welfare check was initiated. The parked vehicle was discovered at approximately 14:30 hours, parked at the Castle Creek picnic area, a location known for its clear views of the primary dune field. The vehicle was unlocked, and the keys were in the ignition. Inside, on the passenger seat, was a laptop computer left open. The screen displayed a log file, the final entry dated the previous night. This report now includes the contents of that laptop. 2 lengthy, detailed log entries addressed to a Dr. Alastair Finch of Caltech as appendices A and B. A thorough reading of these documents provided a deeply disturbing context for Ranger Miller's disappearance and immediately escalated the situation from a missing person case to a high-priority search and rescue operation. The contents of Ranger Miller's logs are, to put it mildly, extraordinary. They detail a rapid psychological decline, moving from scientific curiosity about anomalous lights to a state of profound paranoia, and ultimately, a compulsive desire to make contact with an unknown intelligence he believed inhabited the valley. His writings, while erratic in subject matter, are lucid and articulate. They paint a picture of a man whose scientific rationalism was systematically dismantled by experiences he could not explain. A multi-agency search was launched at dawn on October 30, involving park rangers, county sheriff's deputies, and a volunteer search and rescue team from Alamosa. The search area was immense and challenging. The Great Sand Dunes are the tallest in North America. A 30-square-mile sea of sand where landmarks are ephemeral and the landscape is constantly reshaped by the wind. Our initial focus was a grid search radiating outward from Ranger Miller's abandoned vehicle. From the outset, the search was plagued by minor but persistent equipment malfunctions. GPS units would lose satellite lock for extended periods, a rare occurrence in the open valley. Radio communications were subject to unusual static and interference, often clearing up as inexplicably as they began. Several members of the search party, including myself, reported experiencing fleeting moments of vertigo and disorientation, even on flat, stable ground. These incidents, taken alone, are minor annoyances common to any large-scale field operation. Taken together, in the context of Ranger Miller's logs, they contributed to a palpable sense of unease among the search teams. The first and only significant piece of evidence was discovered on the afternoon of the first day. A single set of footprints, identified by their tread as belonging to Ranger Miller's issued boots, was found leading away from his truck. The tracks led directly east, toward the heart of the dune field, pointed at High Dune. The stride was even and measured, showing no signs of panic or haste. It was the walk of a man with a destination. We followed the tracks for nearly 2 miles. The sand here is soft, preserving impressions with remarkable clarity. The path was unerringly straight. It did not deviate or meander. It simply proceeded, up the gentle slope of one dune and down into the basin of another. Then, in the middle of a large, flat expanse of sand between 2 towering dunes, the tracks stopped. They did not scuff. They did not show signs of a struggle, of a body being dragged, or of another person or animal approaching. There was no impression in the sand to suggest Ranger Miller had fallen or been lifted. The even, measured footprints simply ceased to exist. One moment they were there, clear and defined in the late afternoon sun. The next, there was only smooth, undisturbed sand for hundreds of yards in every direction. We searched the area for hours, combing every square foot. We found nothing. No discarded equipment. No sign of struggle, no return tracks. Over the next 5 days, the search expanded. We utilized aerial assets, including a helicopter with thermal imaging capabilities. The thermal scans revealed no heat signatures, and the aerial photography showed nothing but the endless, shifting patterns of the sand. We interviewed other park staff. 2 rangers on late night patrol in the preceding weeks corroborated parts of Miller's account, admitting they too had seen strange lights, but had dismissed them as military craft from nearby bases or other conventional phenomena, reluctant to file official reports that might invite ridicule. After 7 days of exhaustive searching yielded no further evidence, the active search and rescue operation was officially suspended pending new information. The case of seasonal ranger Jacob Miller remains open, but is now classified as an unresolved missing persons case. As the officer in charge, I am required to provide a concluding assessment. Officially, the most probable explanation is that Ranger Miller, suffering from a sudden and acute psychological break, possibly induced by stress and isolation, wandered into the dunes and succumbed to the elements. The lack of a body is not unheard of in this terrain. The shifting sands can cover anything in a matter of hours. Unofficially, I am left with his final words. I stand where his footprints ended, looking out at the vast, silent expanse, and I cannot reconcile the official explanation with the cold, hard evidence. A man does not simply vanish from the face of the earth. Footprints do not just stop. As I write this, the sun is setting, and the sky over the valley is turning a deep, bruised purple. The stars are beginning to appear, and one cannot help but watch them with a new and profound sense of apprehension. Ranger Miller believed something was waiting for him out here. Standing in the immense, overwhelming silence of the dunes, it is difficult not to feel that, whatever it was, it found him. My name is Cornelia Schmidt. If this recording, this digital ghost, is ever found, let it serve as a record, a testament to the final days of my family. I do not know the date, only that the sun has become a merciless god and the earth a searing altar. We were, four. My husband, Egbert, my Donja, who at 12 years old possessed a quiet wisdom that far surpassed my own, and my son, Jonas, only 7, his laughter a melody that has now faded into the suffocating silence. We were on holiday, an American adventure meant to forge memories. I fear now that the desert will be the only thing that remembers us. This is our story, for as long as I have the strength to tell it. The air in the van was thick and stale, a recycled soup of plastic, sunscreen, and the faint, sweet smell of the children's sweat. Every breath felt like a chore. The air conditioning, a machine we had once hailed as a modern miracle, was fighting a losing battle against the relentless Californian sun. It whined a high, pathetic note, managing only to stir the hot air around, offering no real relief. Outside, the world was a panorama of brutal beauty, a landscape painted in shades of ochre, rust, and scorched brown. The heat radiated from the asphalt in shimmering waves, making the distant, jagged mountains tremble as if in a fever dream. Egbert, are you sure about this road? I asked, my voice tight. I tried to keep the tremor of anxiety from showing, for the children's sake. I unfolded the park map for the 10th time, its creases worn soft and fragile. The paper was slick in my sweaty hands. It is not on the park map. Egbert didn't look away from the gravel track we were on. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, his jaw set with a familiar, unyielding stubbornness. He loved being right more than anything. It was a trait I once found charmingly confident. Now, in this oppressive heat, it felt dangerous.
Of course I am sure.
He snapped, his gaze fixed forward. He pointed a triumphant finger through the dusty windshield. Look, I can see it. It is a shortcut. The man at the rental agency told me about it. It will save us hours. The man at the rental agency, a faceless, nameless person whose casual advice Egbert had clung to like a holy scripture. I remembered him vaguely, a young man with a bored expression, more interested in his phone than in the German tourists asking for directions. Had he truly offered a secret route? Or had Egbert simply heard what he wanted to hear? The thought soared in my stomach. Hours. What were hours in the grand scheme of a holiday? What were they worth when weighed against the vast, unforgiving emptiness that surrounded us? I sighed, a sound that was swallowed by the drone of the engine and the struggling air conditioner. I turned to look at the back seat. It is so hot. Anja was staring out the window, her face a mask of stoicism. She had her arm draped protectively around her younger brother. Jonas was slumped against her, his head lolling with the van's movement, his eyes closed. His face was flushed, his hair damp with perspiration. They were quiet. Too quiet. Usually, a car journey of this length would be filled with their bickering, their questions, their songs. But the heat had leached the energy from them, leaving behind a worrying stillness. It was the silence of surrender, and it terrified me more than any cry for help. The gravel crunched loudly under our tires, a constant, grating sound that set my teeth on edge. This was no road. It was a suggestion of one, a path carved by nature and desperation, not by man and machine. Rocks, larger and sharper than before, began to litter the track. Egbert swerved to avoid them, his earlier confidence now tinged with a frantic edge. The van groaned in protest with every jarring turn. Perhaps we should go back, Egbert, I said, my voice barely a whisper. We can find the main road. It is not too late. Go back. He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. And lose all this time. Cornelia, stop worrying. It is an adventure. Think of the stories we will tell. I wanted to scream that I didn't want stories. I wanted safety. I wanted a paved road and green signs with familiar numbers. I wanted a gas station with a brightly lit convenience store and refrigerators humming with cold drinks. I wanted the mundane, predictable safety we had left behind in Berlin. The landscape became more alien with every meter we traveled. The mountains seemed to press in on us, their stony faces impassive and ancient. There was no sign of life, no birds, no insects, not even a hardy desert plant. It was as if the sun had scarred the world clean, leaving only rock and heat. Then it happened. There was a loud thump from the front of the van, a sickening impact that jolted us all in our seats. Jonas gave a small cry of surprise. The thump was followed immediately by a new sound, a high, pitched, useless whirring. The van lurched to one side and stopped. Egbert slammed his foot on the accelerator. The whirring grew louder, more desperate, but the van didn't move. The smell of burning rubber filled the cabin. He turned the ignition off. The sudden silence was deafening. It rushed in to fill the void, amplifying the sound of my own frantic heartbeat. For a moment, nobody spoke. The only sound was the faint, sad ticking of the cooling engine. Egbert opened his door. The sunlight that flooded in was blindingly white. He stepped out, shielding his eyes with his hand. I watched him. My body frozen, a cold dread creeping up my spine despite the suffocating heat. He walked to the front of the van and peered down. A string of German curses, sharp and ugly, cut through the silence. I unbuckled my seatbelt and scrambled out after him. The wave of heat that hit me was like a physical blow. It was an oven, a furnace. The air was so dry it felt like it was stealing the moisture from my lungs. I followed his gaze. The front right tire had sunk into a deep patch of soft, treacherous sand hidden beneath a thin layer of gravel. The tire itself was mangled, torn open by a sharp, half-buried rock. It was utterly destroyed, but that wasn't the worst part. The undercarriage of the van was resting heavily on a large, flat stone. We weren't just stuck in the sand, we were beached. Like a metal whale on a desolate shore, Egbert kicked the flat tire, a gesture of pure, impotent rage. Stuck, he spat, the word tasting like ash. He stared at the ruined tire, then at the endless, empty horizon. The confidence had evaporated from his face, leaving behind a mask of disbelief and dawning panic. We are stuck. I looked back at the van, at the small, pale faces of my children, peering through the rear window. Their eyes were wide with a fear that mirrored my own. The silence of the desert pressed in, vast and indifferent. The sun beat down on my head. In that moment, I understood. The adventure was over. The nightmare had just begun. The silence that followed Egbert's words was heavier and more terrifying than any sound. The words, "We are stuck," hung in the scorching air, a verdict no one wanted to accept. At first, we were all trapped in a state of disbelief. Egbert circled the van again and again, occasionally kicking one of the good tires as if a pointless display of fury could alter the brutal reality. He tried using the jack, but the soft sand simply swallowed it each time he attempted to raise the vehicle. The rock pinning the undercarriage was solid, unmoving. It was the anchor holding us to this desolate land. "We have to do something," I said, breaking the oppressive silence. My eyes were fixed on the children, still inside the van, their small faces pale and confused. "We can't stay here." "I know that." Egbert snapped back, his fear transmuting into irritation. "You think I don't know that?" "Cornelia, just give me a minute to think." He pulled out the map, spreading it across the blistering hot hood of the van. A drop of sweat fell from the tip of his nose onto the paper, blurring the ink. "Look," he said, trying desperately to keep his voice steady. "The main road is that way, to the west. It can't be more than 10 or 15 kilometers. If we walk in a straight line, we have to reach it before dark. 15 kilometers. It might not sound far for a walk in the Bavarian forests, but here, in this crucible, it might as well be an infinite distance." "We should stay with the van," I argued, my voice trembling. "Isn't that what they always say? If you get lost, stay with your vehicle. It's easier for them to find us." "Who is going to find us?" Egbert scoffed. "No one knows we came this way. The man said it was a shortcut, not an official tourist route. Waiting here is waiting to die. We have to move. We have to save ourselves." His logic was twisted by desperation and his stubborn refusal to admit fault. Yet I saw the panic in his eyes. And a part of me knew that simply sitting and waiting would be its own form of torture. We had 4 1-liter bottles of water and half a package of granola bars. That was the entirety of our provisions against this kingdom of death. The decision was made, not by consensus, but by the force of Egbert's will. We prepared in a grim, hurried silence. I made the children wear their hats and slathered them with as much sunscreen as I could. We divided the water, with Egbert insisting on carrying most of the bottles in his backpack. For efficient rationing, he claimed. But I knew it was more about control. Taking that first step away from the shadow of the van was the hardest. It was an admission of defeat, an abandonment of our last tangible hope. The moment the sun hit us fully, the heat was a physical wall. It instantly sapped our energy, our resolve. The ground beneath our feet was loose gravel and rock, making every single step a conscious effort. We walked for an hour, maybe more. Time seemed to stretch and warp in the shimmering heat. The entire world shrank to the act of putting one foot in front of the other, and then the next. The only sounds were the crunch of our shoes, our ragged breaths, and the hot wind whispering past the rocks like a ghostly sigh. "We have been walking for an hour, Egbert," I finally said, my patience worn thin by my worry for the children. "There is no road, only rocks." Jonas had begun to sob quietly. "I'm tired, Mama. I want to go back to the van." I knelt beside him, wiping his sweaty forehead with the back of my hand. "It's not much farther, my love," I lied, forcing a reassuring smile. Egbert, who was several meters ahead, turned back, his face flushed and his eyes strangely bright. "It is just over this rise," he announced with shocking confidence. "I can see it!" "I can see the shimmer of cars. A ranger station, I think. We are almost there. Stop complaining." I looked up, squinting toward where he was pointing. "I see nothing but heat haze," I said, my voice flat with exhaustion. "Give Jonas some water, please. We must conserve it." Egbert replied quickly, an edge to his voice. "We will be at the station soon. They will have water. Cold water." The words, "cold water," sounded like a miracle from another world. A concept so impossible in this searing reality. But I yielded to my son's need. I took out my own bottle and gave it to Jonas. He drank it thirstily, finishing most of it in a single go. Anja, my quiet, observant daughter, watched her father with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. It was a mixture of disappointment and pity. We walked on. Our silent, desperate procession continued under the unblinking eye of the sun. The rise Egbert had pointed to never seemed to get any closer. It was a moving target that mocked us. The spark of hope he had ignited died as quickly as it came, leaving only the bitter truth of our surroundings. The rocks began to take on strange shapes in the distorting haze. They looked like twisted, monstrous creatures. Their long shadows seemed like limbs reaching out to grab us. The silence of the desert was no longer peaceful. It was filled with phantom noises. Whispers at the edge of hearing, a faint laughter carried on the wind. I was beginning to understand that the desert wasn't just a physical threat. It was an assault on the mind. It seeped into your thoughts, twisted your perception, and ate away at your sanity, piece by piece. I looked at Egbert, my husband, the man I thought I knew better than anyone. He seemed like a stranger now. His eyes held a terrifying resolve, a fanatical belief in something unseen. He wasn't just trying to be strong for us. He was becoming unhinged. He was lost, not just in the wilderness, but in his own mind. And that realization frightened me more than the heat or the thirst. We weren't walking towards salvation. We were following a madman into the heart of the void. The world had shrunk to the sound of breathing. My own was a ragged, painful rasp in my throat. Anja's was shallow, punctuated by soft whimpers she was too weak to suppress. but it was Jonas's breathing that tore my heart apart. It was a faint, fluttering sound, like the wings of a trapped bird. Each breath a struggle against the crushing weight of the heat. He was no longer crying, no longer complaining. He was simply fading, his small body limp in Anja's arms as she half carried, half dragged him along. The sun had begun its slow descent toward the jagged horizon, but it offered no mercy, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple, as if the heavens themselves were bruised. My own strength was gone. Every muscle screamed, my head throbbed with a relentless, pounding rhythm, and my tongue was a dry, swollen thing in my mouth. We had to stop. We had to go back. Even the illusion of progress was a cruelty we could no longer afford. Egbert, I croaked, my voice a stranger to my own ears, thin and cracked. We must go back to the van. We are lost. He stopped and turned, and the man who faced me was not my husband. His eyes were wild, unfocused, glittering with a feverish light that had nothing to do with the setting sun. His skin was stretched taut over his cheekbones. His lips were cracked and bleeding, and he wore a smile that was terrifying in its vacancy. It was the smile of a man who had left reality far behind. Go back. His voice was a bizarre melody, high and lilting. Are you insane? Cornelia, we are here. We have arrived. He raised a trembling arm, his finger pointing toward a vast, empty expanse of rock and sand. Look.
Right down.
Can't you see it? I followed his gesture, my heart sinking into a cold, dark abyss. I saw nothing. Nothing but stones. Stones that seemed to writhe and shimmer in the heat. Stones that had thirsted under this sun for millennia. I can see buildings. He continued, his voice filled with a rapturous awe. He began to describe his vision, painting a picture of impossible salvation in the barren air. Tall buildings with glass that shines in the sun, and a park, so green, a fountain in the center. I can hear the water splashing! It is so close! We just have to keep walking. It is beautiful. A sob escaped my lips, a sound of pure despair. Egbert, please. I stumbled toward him, my hand outstretched. There is nothing there. It is a mirage. The heat is playing tricks on your eyes. On all of us. A mirage. He recoiled from me as if I had tried to strike him. The beatific smile vanished, replaced by a snarl of suspicion and rage.
It is not a mirage! It is salvation! You are trying to hold us back!
You have been against me from the start. Ouch, you.
You want us to die out here? No! I want us to live!
I cried, tears I didn't know I had left streaming down my dusty cheeks.
I want to save our children!
Look at Jonas, Egbert.
He is barely conscious.
He glanced at our son, but his eyes registered nothing. He was looking through him, through us at his phantom city. Hay will be fine once we get to the town. They will have doctors and water. Cool, clear water from the fountain. He clutched the backpack to his chest, guarding the last of our water as if it were a holy relic.
I will not let you!
He shrieked, his voice cracking into a high-pitched scream.
I will not let you ruin this! I brought us here! I will save us!
He lunged not at me, but past me, toward the children. I moved to intercept him, a primal fear for my children giving me a final, desperate surge of adrenaline. We collided, a clumsy, pathetic scuffle in the dust. He was stronger, fueled by his madness. He shoved me hard, and I fell to my knees, the sharp rocks tearing at my skin. He grabbed Anja's arm, trying to pull her along with him. Papa, no, she screamed, her voice sharp with terror as she clung to Jonas. The sound of his daughter's fear seemed to penetrate his delirium for a fleeting second. He let her go, his expression momentarily confused. Then the madness reclaimed him. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a terrible certainty. Then he turned and ran. He ran toward the town that was not there, his legs pumping awkwardly in the deep sand, a lone, dark figure against the dying light. He ran, and he took the last of the water with him. I watched him until he was just a small dot, until he disappeared into the shimmering haze. And then we were alone. Anja, Jonas, and I. The silence that descended was absolute, broken only by the whisper of the wind. I do not know how much time passed. I crawled to my children, gathering them into my arms. Jonas was so still. His skin was frighteningly cool to the touch. I cradled his head in my lap, whispering his name, telling him stories of our home in Berlin, of the cool rain and the green trees in the Tiergarten. Anja huddled against me, her body trembling uncontrollably. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, and the desert began to grow cold. The rapid change was another shock to our battered bodies. I lay there, my own life force ebbing away, my thoughts becoming a slow, thick syrup. My son, my little son, he is so tired. So very tired. And then I saw it. Not a town. My mind was not as ambitious as Egbert's, but it was something far more potent, far more seductive. Just behind a large, dark rock, not 50 meters away, was a lake. A beautiful blue lake. The moonlight, pale and silvery, danced on its surface. I could see the gentle ripples, hear the soft lapping of water against a sandy shore. I knew it was a lie. A part of my mind, a small, rational, dying ember, screamed at me. It is not real. It is the desert lying to you. It is the thirst. It is the end. But it was such a beautiful lie. The water looked so cool, so clean, so life-giving. My throat ached for it. My body cried out for it. We are so thirsty, so very thirsty. Look, Anja, I whispered, my voice a rasping sigh. Look, my love. Water. She didn't answer. I'm not sure she heard me. I gently laid Jonas's head on the sand. We are almost there. I whispered to him, to myself, to the microphone of the camera I no longer remembered holding. I began to crawl. My arms and legs were leaden, but the vision of the lake pulled me forward. Each movement was an agony, but the promise of the water was a siren's song I could not resist. It's so beautiful, the water. We're almost there. My name is Alex, and 3 years ago, I saved a woman's life in Arches National Park. At least, that's what I tell myself. The truth, I fear, is far more complicated and unsettling. Some nights, when the wind howls just right against the window pane, I'm not so sure we saved anyone at all. I think we might have just interrupted something. My partner, Liam, and I considered ourselves seasoned veterans of the Utah backcountry. We weren't adrenaline junkies or peak baggers. We were methodical, almost reverent in our approach to the wilderness. For us, the beauty of these raw, untamed places was found in quiet observation and meticulous preparation. We'd spent years navigating the labyrinthine canyons of Zion and the stark, sun-bleached landscapes of Canyonlands. We carried topographic maps as backups to our GPS, packed more water than we thought we'd ever need, and understood the unforgiving calculus of daylight in the desert. Arches, with its iconic, postcard, perfect formations, felt almost tame by comparison, a place we visited for its sheer, accessible beauty. That was our first mistake, underestimating it. The day it happened began like any other perfect autumn day in the high desert. The sky was a vast, cloudless dome of the deepest blue, and the air was crisp and clean, carrying the faint, dry scent of sagebrush and ancient stone. We decided to tackle the full Devil's Garden loop, a trail famous for its high concentration of arches. The first half is a well-maintained, almost casual stroll on graded gravel, leading tourists to the magnificent landscape. Arch. It's designed to be comforting, to give a taste of the wild without any of its real teeth. But beyond that point lies the primitive trail. The name is not an affectation. The manicured path vanishes, replaced by the raw, undulating surface of rust-colored slick rock. The trail ceases to be a trail and becomes a suggestion, a route marked only by cairns. Small, deliberate piles of stones stacked by rangers and fellow hikers. To navigate it is to enter into a silent conversation with those who came before, trusting their judgment as you scan the horizon for the next small marker, a tiny man made shape in a world of overwhelming natural grandeur. The landscape there is alien and disorienting. You walk not on soil, but on the petrified remains of ancient sand dunes, surrounded by colossal fins of sandstone that rise up like the spines of slumbering leviathans. These fins create a maze of narrow passages and hidden canyons, playing tricks with sound and perspective. The sun beats down, reflecting off the rock, and with no trees to offer shade, the heat can become a physical presence, a weight on your shoulders. Liam and I were making good time, moving with the easy rhythm of long practice. We'd pause to check the GPS, take a sip of water, and marvel at the sheer, impossible geology around us. But as the afternoon wore on, the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of orange and violet. The golden hour in the desert is a spectacle of breathtaking beauty, but for a hiker, it's also a ticking clock. The shadows of the rock fins grew long and distorted, stretching like grasping fingers across the trail. The temperature began to drop, and the silence, once peaceful, started to feel heavy, watchful. Should be at the junction in another 20 minutes, Liam said, his voice calm but with an undercurrent of urgency. Keep an eye out for that double, stacked cairn. We were feeling the pressure. Even with our experience and our technology, the primitive trail demands constant attention. A moment of distraction, a missed cairn, and you could find yourself wandering into a dead canyon, with the landscape looking deceptively similar in every direction. The fading light was making it harder to spot the subtle silhouettes of the rock piles against the darkening stone. A familiar, low-grade anxiety began to prickle at the back of my neck. It was the wilderness reminding us that we were guests here, and our welcome was expiring with the daylight. That's when we found her. We had just crested a small rise in the slick rock, our eyes scanning for the next marker, when I saw a splash of incongruous color against the red, orange stone. A patch of blue that didn't belong. It was a person, huddled on a flat-topped boulder, looking small and terribly out of place against the immense backdrop. We approached cautiously, not wanting to startle her. As we got closer, the severity of her situation became chillingly clear. Her face, smudged with dust and tears, was ashen. Her lips were cracked and peeling, a telltale sign of severe dehydration. She was wearing simple athletic shoes, wholly inadequate for the terrain, and a thin jacket that offered little protection from the rapidly dropping temperature. She had no pack, only a single empty plastic water bottle clutched in her hand like a useless talisman. "Hello," I called out gently. "Are you okay?" Her head snapped up, and her eyes wide and frantic. fixed on us. They were the eyes of an animal caught in a trap, a terrifying mixture of raw panic and a sliver of desperate hope. I'm lost," she stammered, her voice a dry, raspy whisper. "I've been walking for hours. I can't find the trail." We immediately moved to her side. Liam, ever the pragmatist, unzipped his pack. "My name is Liam, this is Alex. We're going to help you. Here, you need to drink this. Slowly." He handed her one of our spare water bottles. She took it with a trembling hand, fumbling with the cap until I reached over and twisted it open for her. She drank greedily at first, then seemed to remember Liam's instruction, forcing herself to take smaller, more deliberate sips. Her name was Sarah. Between gasps of water and shaky breaths, she told us her story. It was a depressingly common one. She'd come to the park alone, felt confident after the easy first half of the trail, and decided to try the primitive loop. She'd missed a turn, lost sight of the cairns, and instead of backtracking, she'd pushed forward, convinced the parking lot was just over the next hill. Panic set in, and she began wandering in circles, growing more disoriented and dehydrated with every passing hour. "I thought I was going to die out here," she whispered, looking from my face to Liam's. The gratitude that flooded her eyes at that moment was one of the most powerful things I have ever witnessed. It was pure, undiluted relief, a raw and beautiful human emotion. I felt a surge of pride, of purpose. This is why we prepare, I thought, for moments like this. We gave her a high-energy granola bar, calmed her down, and assured her that we knew the way out. "The parking lot isn't far now," I said, pointing in the direction of the trail. "You just stick with us. We'll get you back." She nodded, a fresh wave of tears tracing clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. We got her to her feet, and with me in the lead and Liam taking up the rear, we began the final leg of the hike out. We moved as quickly as we safely could, a small, determined trio against the encroaching twilight. The relief was palpable. We had found her. The crisis was over. And that's when the weirdness started. We had been walking for about 10 minutes when Sarah suddenly stopped dead, her body rigid. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Liam and I paused, straining our ears. The air was still. The only sound was the sigh of a light breeze funneling through a nearby canyon and the distant chirp of a cricket. "Hear what?" Liam asked, his tone patient. "Probably just the wind." "No," Sarah insisted, her eyes wide and darting back towards the labyrinth of rock fins we had just left behind. It was my voice. I heard myself, calling for help. From back there, I felt a small involuntary shiver, but I quickly dismissed it. "Sarah, it's just an echo," I said, trying to sound as reassuring as possible. "Your mind is playing tricks on you. You've been through a lot today. The stress, the dehydration. It can make you hear things." We convinced her it was a trick of the mind, an auditory hallucination brought on by trauma. It was the only logical explanation. We were in a canyon landscape famous for its strange acoustics. She had been shouting for help for hours. Of course, her own panicked cries might seem to echo back at her. She seemed to accept the explanation, though she kept glancing nervously over her shoulder. We started walking again, the pace a little faster now, a little more desperate. But the incident had left a subtle stain on the triumphant mood. The silence no longer felt empty. It felt like it was listening. Rationality is a comforting shield, but it is a fragile one. In the face of the truly inexplicable, it shatters into 1,000 pieces. My explanation of echoes and stress. Induced hallucinations seemed to placate Sarah, or perhaps she was simply too exhausted to argue. She fell into a trudging silence behind me, her gaze fixed on the heels of my boots. Liam brought up the rear, his presence a steady, reassuring weight. But the spell of our successful rescue had been broken. The desert no longer felt neutral. The wind, snaking through the narrow passages between the rock fins, seemed to carry whispers, just below the threshold of hearing. Every crunch of our feet on the gravelly soil sounded unnaturally loud in the deepening twilight. The sun had fully set now, leaving only a faint, bruised, purple glow along the western horizon. Above, the first stars were emerging, cold and impossibly distant. They offered no comfort, only a sense of the vast, indifferent emptiness that surrounded us. We walked on, guided by the beams of our headlamps, which cut sharp. Lonely tunnels through the darkness. The familiar shapes of the sandstone formations had become monstrous silhouettes, looming over us like silent, ancient judges. 10 minutes passed, then 15. I was starting to believe my own explanation, letting the rhythm of the hike soothe the unease in my gut. We were making good progress. The air was getting colder, a clean, sharp cold that felt grounding. Then Sarah stopped again. This time she didn't say anything. She just froze, her head cocked at an angle, her body as tense as a drawn bowstring. "Sarah, what is it?" Liam asked from behind her. She raised a trembling finger, pointing back into the black maw of the canyon system. "There," she breathed, her voice tight with a terror that was becoming infectious. Again. Liam and I stopped, switching off our headlamps to let our ears adjust, plunging us into near total darkness. We stood motionless, straining to hear anything beyond our own ragged breathing. The silence that answered was absolute, profound, and somehow more menacing than any sound. "I don't hear anything, Sarah," I said, my voice sounding thin and unconvincing to my own ears. I flicked my headlamp back on, and she flinched at the sudden light. "It's getting closer," she whispered, her eyes locking onto mine. "It sounds like me, exactly like me. When I first realized I was lost, that feeling, the panic, it's in the voice. A cold dread, heavy and indigestible, began to form in my stomach." Liam, ever the stoic, put a firm hand on her shoulder. "Your brain is an amazing and powerful thing," he said, his tone calm and lecture-like. "It's replaying the trauma, protecting you by projecting it outward. It's a known psychological response. We're almost there. Just keep walking." His logic was sound. It was the kind of thing I would have said. But hearing it from him, out here in this oppressive darkness, it felt like trying to build a dam out of sand. Sarah's fear was too primal, too visceral. It was beginning to erode our own composure. We pressed on, but the dynamic had shifted. We were no longer rescuers leading a victim to safety. We were three frightened people, hurrying through a landscape that felt actively hostile. And it happened again. 10 minutes later, like clockwork, Sarah would freeze. We would stop, and the silence would mock us. With each stop, her terror escalated. She began to whimper as she walked, casting frantic glances over her shoulder. Liam and I exchanged worried looks over her head. We had to get her out of there, not just for her physical safety, but for her sanity. The fourth time she stopped, something was different. She let out a small, choked sob. "It's not just calling for help anymore," she wept. "It's saying my name." "What?" Liam and I said in unison. "It's whispering," she explained, her body shaking uncontrollably. "Sarah, where are you, Sarah?" just like I was doing. I was whispering to myself, trying to stay calm. This was a new, terrifying detail. An echo doesn't change. It doesn't learn. It doesn't adapt. My carefully constructed wall of rationality began to crumble. I found myself looking back into the darkness, not with skepticism, but with a growing sense of dread. What was back there? What kind of animal could mimic a human voice with such precision? A crow? A coyote? No. That was absurd. The sound she described was too specific, too personal. The real horror began when we were almost back at the trailhead. We had navigated the last of the slick rock, and were on the final stretch of sandy trail that led back to the familiar, comforting world of parking lots and paved roads. The silhouette of the restroom building was visible against the star-dusted sky, less than a quarter-mile away. A wave of profound relief washed over me. We had made it. It was over. I was already mentally running through the next steps. Get Sarah to the Rangers, file a report, get her medical attention. It was in that moment of relaxed vigilance that we all heard it. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a trick of the wind. It was a voice, clear as day, carried on the cold night air from the labyrinth of fins we had just escaped.
Help me! Somebody, please!
I'm lost. The voice was a perfect replica of Sarah's, identical. The same pitch, the same desperate, breathless tremor we had heard when we first found her. It was imbued with a genuine, soul-chilling panic that no simple echo could ever contain. Liam and I froze, our blood turning to ice. We slowly turned to each other, the beams of our headlamps crossing. In his eyes, I saw my own look of pure, unadulterated disbelief and horror. Every rational explanation, every comforting theory, evaporated in an instant. This was real. We were not alone out here. Sarah didn't freeze. She didn't look back. She just crumpled to the ground, as if her bones had turned to dust, burying her face in her hands and letting out a gut-wrenching sob that was 1,000 times more terrible than the voice that mimicked it. It's still calling for me, she wept, her words muffled by the dirt in her own hands. It learned my voice. It knows I'm gone. It wants me back. Her words hit me with the force of a physical blow. That's when I understood. The chilling, impossible truth of it settled over me. We hadn't just found a lost hiker. We had stumbled upon something's hunt. We had found its lure, its trap, and we had stolen its prey right from its jaws. There is something in those canyons. Something ancient and patient. Something that listens to the cries of the lost and the desperate. It learns their voices, it studies their fear, and it uses that terror as its own personal hunting call. A weapon to draw them deeper into the maze, further from hope, until they are well and truly gone. The voice we heard wasn't an echo of the past, it was a cast into the present, hoping to hook the one that got away. Time ceased to have meaning in the moments after the voice faded. We were 3 statues carved from fear, rooted to the sandy trail under a sky of cold, indifferent stars. The sound had been a physical thing, a shockwave that had passed through us and left a vacuum in its wake. My mind, which had been so quick to offer rationalizations before, was utterly blank. There was no echo, no hallucination, no trick of the wind that could explain what we had just heard. There was only the chilling reality of it, a reality that had rewritten all the rules of the world. I thought I knew. Sarah's sobbing was the only thing that tethered us to the present. It was a raw, broken sound, the sound of a mind snapping under an impossible weight. It was Liam who moved first. His pragmatism, his ability to focus on the immediate and the physical, was our saving grace. He broke the spell of our shared paralysis, striding over to Sarah and kneeling beside her. "Sarah, Sarah, look at me," he said, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through her hysterics. "We have to go. Right now. We have to get to the car." He didn't try to explain what we heard. He didn't offer comfort or lies. He acknowledged the terror by ignoring it, focusing only on the one necessary action: escape. He pulled her to her feet, and she was limp, a doll made of rags. He half dragged, half carried her, and I, shaking myself free from my own horror, scrambled to grab our packs. That last quarter mile to the parking lot was the longest journey of my life. It was no longer a hike. It was a frantic, stumbling flight. I didn't dare look back. The immense, silent darkness of the Devil's Garden was at our backs, and I could feel it, a palpable presence, a predator watching us retreat. Every rustle of a bush, every skittering sound of a nocturnal creature, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. The beam of my headlamp bounced erratically, illuminating twisted juniper trees and looming rocks that looked like grasping claws. The air itself felt thick, heavy with a malevolent attention. The thing in the canyons was aware of us. It knew we had taken Sarah, and it was not pleased. Reaching the edge of the asphalt parking lot felt like crossing the shore from a stormy sea. The familiar sight of our dusty Subaru, glinting under the harsh, artificial light of a single pole lamp, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was a bubble of civilization, of order, in a world that had suddenly become chaotic and terrifyingly ancient. Liam fumbled with the keys, his usual steady hands trembling. The electronic chirp of the unlocking doors was a jarringly modern sound in the immense silence of the park. We bundled Sarah into the back seat, where she immediately curled into a fetal position, her whimpering subsiding into a low, continuous moan. Liam threw the packs in the back, slammed the hatchback shut, and we both scrambled into the front seats, locking the doors with a simultaneous, reflexive punch of the buttons. For a long moment, we just sat there, breathing heavily, the engine off. The only sounds were our own gasps for air and Sarah's quiet moaning. Outside the windows, the desert night was absolute. The rock fins were invisible now, but I knew they were there, a silent, brooding audience to our escape. I felt an overwhelming urge to start the car and speed away, but I was also paralyzed by the fear that turning the key would somehow break the fragile sanctuary of our vehicle. "What was that?" "Alex," Liam finally whispered, his voice hoarse. He was staring straight ahead, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't know," I whispered back. To give it a name, a ghost, a demon, a cryptid, felt like a disservice to the sheer, alien wrongness of it. It was something that had no name in our language. We didn't call the park rangers. What could we possibly have told them? "Found a lost hiker, but we think a monster that steals voices is hunting her." We would have sounded insane. They would have separated us, questioned us, and we would have been forced to relive every terrifying moment under the fluorescent lights of an office. Our story dissected by skeptical eyes. No, our shared experience was a secret, a poison we had to keep to ourselves. The drive back to Moab was a silent, tense ordeal. Liam drove with a fierce, unwavering focus. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing on the empty road behind us. Sarah never said another word. She just lay curled on the back seat, trembling. We got her a room at the first cheap motel we came to on the edge of town. We walked her to the door, a key card in her limp hand. She wouldn't look at us. Her eyes were vacant, staring at something far away, something only she could see. "Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "Are you going to be okay?" She didn't answer. She just unlocked her door, slipped inside, and shut it behind her without a sound. We stood there for a minute, listening to the silence. We had exchanged phone numbers back on the trail, a gesture that now seemed absurd. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that we would never hear from her again. Our encounter was a wound, and you don't keep in touch with the people who shared your trauma. You run from it. That was 3 years ago. Liam and I don't hike in arches anymore. We barely talk about that night. An unspoken pact of denial hangs between us. If we don't give it words, perhaps it will fade. But it hasn't faded. For me, it has festered. The memory of that voice is branded onto my soul. I don't think Sarah ever really escaped. I think a part of her is still out there, wandering the canyons, forever lost. And I know I haven't escaped either. We interfered with something we didn't understand, something that operates on rules far older than humanity. We stole its prize, and in doing so, we drew its attention. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind is blowing, I think I can hear it. It's not Sarah's voice anymore. It's a faint sound, almost lost in the rustle of the leaves outside my window. It's a different voice. It's practicing now, testing the pitch, perfecting the tremor of fear. It's a voice calling my name for help. My name is Jessica Miller. I am 63 years old, and for 47 of those years, I have carried a story that has been dismissed, disbelieved, and diagnosed as a symptom of trauma. I sit here today, in the sterile quiet of this office, because my husband believes talking about it will finally grant me some measure of peace. He's a good man, but peace is a foreign country I can never hope to visit. The air in Dr. Evans' room is still smelling faintly of leather and old paper, a stark contrast to the crisp, autumn air of the memory that holds me captive. The doctor watches me, his expression a carefully constructed mask of professional empathy. He doesn't know the truth. Not yet. No one does. "Jessica," Dr. Evans begins, his voice a gentle prod. "You mentioned that today holds a particular significance. An anniversary." I nod, my hands clasped so tightly in my lap that my mountains are white mountains on a pale landscape. 47 years. I say, and the words feel like stones in my mouth. It was a school trip, October 8th, 1976. We were in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, a place that's supposed to be a sanctuary of natural beauty, but for me, it's a tomb. The memory doesn't fade with time, it sharpens. It's a film I am forced to watch on a loop, every detail rendered in agonizing clarity. We were high school sophomores from Knoxville. A busload of us, maybe 40 kids in total, plus a handful of beleaguered teachers. The trip was a reward for some academic achievement I can no longer recall. All I remember is the feeling of freedom, the escape from classrooms and textbooks into a world painted in the vibrant, dying hues of autumn. The air was thin and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The leaves were a riot of color, fiery reds, brilliant oranges, and golds so bright they seemed to hum with their own light. We were hiking back from a place called Andrews Bald, a grassy summit with panoramic views that had left us breathless. Dr. Evans leans forward slightly, his pen poised over his notepad. "This was when your friend, Trenny," I finish for him, my voice softer than I intend. I have to say her name. To give her substance beyond being a victim in a story. Her name was Trenny Gibson. She was 16, just like me. She had this wonderful, warm smile and eyes the color of rich soil after a rain. Her hair was the same shade of brown, thick and wavy, and it was always a little bit wild, no matter how much she tried to tame it. That day, she was wearing a brown plaid jacket with a fleece collar, blue jeans, and sturdy hiking boots. I remember everything. I can see her as clearly as I can see you, Doctor. We were part of the same sprawling, noisy group, but the trail was narrow, forcing us into a long, snaking line. As is often the case with teenagers, cliques had formed. The jocks and the faster kids were up at the front, practically running down the mountain. The rest of us were scattered along the path, a loose constellation of chatter and laughter. Trenny and I were near the back. She wasn't as athletic as some of the others, her lungs complaining in the high altitude, and I had stayed with her, happy to match her slower pace. We talked about everything and nothing. Boys' classes, the upcoming dance. The world felt simple, its possibilities as wide and beautiful as the valley stretching out below us. "Tell me what happened, Jessica," Dr. Evans prompts, his voice calm and steady, a lighthouse in the fog of my memory. She stopped. I say, my gaze drifting to the window, to the gray city skyline that is so far removed from the dense, ancient forest of my past. Where we're maybe a mile and a half from the trailhead where the bus was waiting. The path curved, and just off to the side, there was a small, sun-dappled clearing. It was filled with these low, thorny bushes, heavy with berries. And that's where she was. She. An old woman. She was just there, sitting on a fallen log as if she had been waiting for us. She wasn't a hiker. She had no pack, no walking stick. She wore a simple, old-fashioned dress of dark, indeterminate color and had a hand-woven basket resting in her lap. The basket was filled to the brim with berries, the same kind that grew in the clearing. But the ones in her basket were different. They were impossibly red. A shade of crimson so deep and vibrant it seemed to pulse. They didn't look real. They were brighter than the autumn leaves, brighter than anything I'd ever seen in nature. I pause, taking a breath. Even now, describing it makes my heart hammer against my ribs. The woman looked up as we approached. She had a face like a dried apple, a web of deep wrinkles, but her eyes were bright and alert. Her hair was snow, white pulled back into a neat, tight bun. She looked like someone's kindly grandmother. She smiled, a sweet, gentle smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, and she looked directly at Trenny. She didn't seem to even notice me. She held up a single berry between her thumb and forefinger and offered it to her. Dr. Evans jots something down. "Was this woman part of your group? A park employee?" "No." I shake my head emphatically. She was an anomaly, a ghost in the machine. She didn't belong. Trenny, being the polite girl she was, hesitated and then walked toward her. "Those are beautiful," I heard her say. The old woman's voice was like rustling leaves, soft and dry. "The sweetest you'll ever taste, child," she'd said. They started talking. I couldn't hear all of it, just murmurs. I was getting anxious. The rest of the group was getting further ahead, and their voices were fading. I called out, "Trenny, come on, we're going to be left behind." The guilt is a physical thing, a cold weight in my stomach. She glanced back at me, but her eyes were distant, unfocused. "I'll be right there, Jess," she said. "I'll catch up." I trusted her. Why wouldn't I? So I kept walking, I told myself she was right behind me, but after about 20 paces, a strange feeling washed over me, a prickle of unease on the back of my neck. I stopped and looked back. I have to close my eyes to see it again. The images burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The clearing was bathed in that late afternoon light, all gold and long shadows. The old woman had set her basket aside. She was standing behind Trenny, who was sitting on the log now. And the woman was combing Trenny's long, brown hair with her fingers, just running her long, pale fingers through it, over and over. Trenny's head was tilted back, her eyes were closed, and she had this serene, placid expression on her face. She looked like she was in a trance, utterly captivated. It was strange. It was intimate and deeply unsettling. But I was 16, and the world of true darkness was not something I understood. I told myself it was just a weird moment. I turned the corner on the path. The clearing disappeared from view. And that was the last time I ever saw my friend. The walk back to the parking lot took another 15 minutes. I remember the crunch of my boots on the fallen leaves, the scent of pine, the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns on the ground. The unease I'd felt faded with every step, replaced by the normal teenage anticipation of getting back on the bus, of the comforting rumble of the engine, and the promise of a burger on the way home. I reached the gravel lot and saw the big yellow bus, a beacon of civilization. Kids were milling about, laughing, stretching, tossing a frisbee. I scanned the crowd for Trenny's brown plaid jacket. I didn't see it. I wasn't worried. Not at first. I climbed onto the bus, found our seat, and dropped my small day pack. I figured she'd stop to tie her shoe or talk to someone else. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Mr. Clark, our history teacher, did a preliminary head count and came up short. Has anyone seen Trenny Gibson? He called out. A few kids shrugged. I raised my hand. She's coming. Mr. Clark. She was right behind me. He nodded, his face still relaxed, and went to talk to the other chaperones. But as the minutes stretched into 20, then 30, a cold knot of dread began to form in my stomach. The laughter in the parking lot died down, replaced by murmurs of confusion and then concern. The sun dipped lower, and the shadows of the trees grew long and menacing, stretching like dark fingers across the asphalt. That's when the panic began. It wasn't a sudden explosion, but a creeping tide. Mr. Clark's face was now tight with worry. He and another teacher, Miss Albright, decided to walk a little way back up the trail. They told us all to stay put. I couldn't. The image of Trenny with that woman, her head tilted back in that strange, serene way, flashed in my mind. It wasn't just a weird moment anymore. It was a premonition. I jumped off the bus and ran to Mr. Clark. I have to come, I insisted, my voice high and thin. I was the last one to see her. I know where she stopped. He looked at me, his frustration warring with the obvious need for any information. He relented. The three of us started back up the trail, our hurried footsteps sounding unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet of the forest. The beautiful autumn woods now felt different, ominous. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. We reached the bend in the trail. I pointed, my hand shaking. In there. She was in that clearing. We stepped off the path. The clearing was empty. The log was just a log. The berry bushes were just bushes, their fruit a dull, ordinary red under the fading light. There was no basket, and there was no old woman. It was as if she had never been there at all. She was right here, I said, my voice trembling. There was an old woman with her. She had a basket of berries. Mr. Clark put a hand on my shoulder. Jessica, there's no one here.
Are you sure? Yes.
I was almost screaming now.
She was here?
She was combing Trenny's hair. That's when I saw the look pass between the two teachers. It was a look of pity, of concern, but also of dismissal. It was the first time I would see that look, but far from the last. They thought I was hysterical. They thought the stress of her being missing was making me invent things. We called Trenny's name until our throats were raw. The only reply was the whisper of the wind through the pines. The full weight of the situation crashed down. Trenny was gone. Within the hour, the parking lot was a chaos of flashing lights. Park rangers had arrived. A search and rescue team was being assembled. I was sat in the back of a ranger's truck, a coarse wool blanket wrapped around my shoulders, though I couldn't stop shivering. I told my story to the head ranger, a tall, weathered man named Chief Thompson. I told him everything. The kindly face, the white hair in a bun, the impossibly red berries, the way she had combed Trenny's hair. I described her in minute, perfect detail. He listened patiently, his expression unreadable. When I was finished, he patted my shoulder, the gesture meant to be comforting, but feeling utterly condescending.
Son,
He said, using a folksy term that grated on my raw nerves, you've been through a major shock. It's common for the mind to create details, to try and make sense of a traumatic event. I'm not making it up. I insisted, tears of frustration streaming down my face. She was there. You have to look for her too. We'll look for your friend, Jessica, he said gently. That's our priority. He never mentioned the old woman again. My parents arrived, their faces masks of terror. I told them the story. My father held me, but I could feel his doubt. My mother just cried. In the days that followed, the search expanded. Helicopters droned overhead. Teams with dogs scoured the mountainside. They questioned me again and again. Each time I told the truth. Each time, I felt my story being packed away into a box, labeled hysteria or childish fantasy. They made me feel like I was crazy. The breaking point came 3 days into the search. Chief Thompson sat me down again. He looked tired, his face etched with grim lines. Jessica, he said, his voice heavy. Our trackers have been over every inch of that trail, from the point you last saw her, all the way to that clearing and beyond. He took a deep breath. There was only one set of prints that left the path. A single set of sneaker prints, matching the shoes your friend was wearing. They went into the woods at that clearing, and they never came out. There were no other tracks, Jessica. No footprints belonging to an old woman. No sign anyone else was ever there. Dr. Evans, I can't describe the feeling that washed over me. It was a cold, hollowing dread. The entire world, the people in authority, the evidence itself, was telling me that what I had seen with my own eyes did not happen. The real horror, I was beginning to learn, wasn't just that my friend was gone. It was that I was utterly alone with the truth. The weeks after the search was officially called off were a gray, featureless blur. Trenny was gone. She became a ghost, a cautionary tale whispered in the school hallways. And I became a different kind of ghost. The girl who lost her mind on the mountain. The kids at school didn't know what to do with me. Some avoided me, as if my trauma were contagious. Others would look at me with a morbid curiosity, their eyes full of questions they were too afraid to ask. My grades slipped. I stopped talking in class. The world had shrunk to the size of my grief and the suffocating weight of my secret. My parents, desperate to help, sent me to a therapist who spoke in soothing tones about false memories and coping mechanisms. He wanted me to accept that the old woman was a figment of my imagination, a way for my 16-year-old brain to process an unbearable reality. That my friend had simply wandered off the trail and succumbed to the elements, or, worse, met a human predator. But I couldn't accept it, because I knew what I saw. Clinging to the memory of the woman on the trail was the only thing that felt real. To let her go would be to betray Trenny all over again. I carried that certainty through high school, through college, and into my adult life. It was a silent companion, a shadow that fell over everything. I learned to stop talking about it. I learned to nod when people brought up the tragic accident of Trenny Gibson. I built a life. I got married. I had children. But there was always a part of me that remained on that mountain, frozen in time, watching a kindly old woman comb my friend's hair. The guilt was a constant, low-grade fever. The guilt of walking away, of turning that corner. I would lie awake at night, replaying those final moments, torturing myself with what-ifs. What if I had insisted she come with me? What if I had screamed? What if I had run to get a teacher right then? The years passed. 20 of them. Then 30. The world moved on. Trenny's case went cold, filed away as another unsolved disappearance in the vast wilderness of the Smokies. And then, one rainy Tuesday afternoon, everything changed. I was in the main branch of the public library, researching a local history project for my son. I found myself in a dusty, forgotten corner of the stacks, in a section on regional folklore. I pulled out a heavy, leather-bound volume titled Myths and Legends of the Cherokee. I opened it randomly, the old pages smelling of vanilla and decay. And I found her. It wasn't a photograph, of course. It was a charcoal drawing, an artist's rendering based on ancient oral traditions. But it was her. The same wrinkled, apple doll face. The same white hair pulled into a tight bun. The caption beneath the drawing sent a jolt of ice through my veins. It read Oatlanta, or Spearfinger. My hands started to shake so badly I had to set the book down on a table. I read the text, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The legend described a shape-shifting creature, a witch with skin made of stone, so hard that no weapon could pierce it. It said she often took the form of a harmless, kindly old woman to fool her victims. It said she would lure children away from their families, often near berry patches in the mountains. She would use her gentle voice to sing them to sleep or mesmerize them. And then, my breath caught in my throat. She would use her one sharp, stone finger to pierce their livers, which was her favorite food. The book even mentioned her preferred hunting grounds, the high mountain trails north of Fontana Lake. The very trails we were on. Dr. Evans leans forward, his professional mask finally cracking, revealing a flicker of genuine shock. That must have been validating. I finish, a humorless laugh escaping my lips. Oh, it was more than that. It was like being struck by lightning. For 47 years, I had been the crazy one, the hysterical girl who invented a story, and in that moment, reading those words, I was sane. I was completely, terrifyingly sane. The relief was so immense it brought me to my knees, right there on the dusty library floor. I wept. I wept for the 16-year-old girl nobody believed. I wept for Trenny. But the validation was a double-edged sword, Dr. because hot on the heels of that relief came a wave of absolute, soul-crushing terror. The story wasn't just a story anymore. It was a field report. The creature from the book wasn't a myth. She was the woman on the trail. The stone skin, it explained everything. Why the trackers found no footprints. She was as much a part of that mountain as the rocks themselves. She left no trace. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the kind that precedes a final, painful truth. I've lived with the memory of that kindly smile for my entire adult life. I've lived with the guilt of walking away, of turning that corner. But the real horror, Doctor, the thing that keeps me awake at night, even now, it's knowing, with absolute, unshakable certainty, the monstrous truth of what happened to my friend. And having the entire world, for 47 years, look me in the eye and tell me it was just a story. My name is Jessica Martin. For 47 years, I have been the woman whose friend vanished. It's a label that has followed me from the crisp autumn of my 16th year to the brittle winter of my 63rd. It's whispered at family gatherings, a footnote in old newspaper clippings, and the central, defining trauma of a life that has otherwise been unremarkable. Today marks the anniversary. 47 years to the day. The calendar flips, but the memory remains, frozen in time, as vivid and chilling as the mountain air on that October afternoon. It was a school trip, the kind designed to imbue city, soften teenagers with an appreciation for nature. Our destination was the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, a sprawling wilderness of ancient peaks and shadowed valleys. We were a boisterous group of about 40 students from Knoxville, a chaotic herd of flannel shirts and hiking boots, chaperoned by two beleaguered teachers, Mr. Henderson and Mrs. Gable. The highlight of the day was a hike to a place called Andrews Bald, a high-altitude grassy meadow known for its spectacular views. The day was, by all accounts, perfect. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the Appalachian autumn was in full, glorious flame. The leaves were a tapestry of gold, crimson, and fiery orange, and the air smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean scent of pine. We were loud and full of the careless energy of youth, our laughter echoing through the trees as we made our way up the trail. My best friend, Trenny Gibson, was with me. While I was loud and perhaps a bit too eager, Trenny was the quiet anchor to my restless spirit. She had a gentle soul, a love for details others missed, and a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world. She had soft brown hair that she was perpetually trying to tame, and kind brown eyes that saw beauty everywhere. That day, she was wearing a brown plaid jacket, a detail so mundane, yet so searingly etched into my memory that I can still feel the texture of its wool under my fingertips. The hike to the Bald was exhilarating, but the return trip was when the energy of the group began to wane. We became stretched out along the Forney Ridge Trail, a long, straggling line of tired teenagers. I was near the back of the pack with Trenny. Her asthma made her a little slower on the inclines, and I had no intention of leaving her behind. We walked in comfortable silence for a while, the sounds of the main group fading ahead of us, leaving us in a pocket of relative peace. The only sounds were the crunch of our boots on the leafy path and the whisper of the wind through the hemlocks. That's when she stopped. To the right of the trail, there was a small, almost hidden clearing, a sun-dappled space dominated by a thicket of wild berry bushes. And sitting on a moss-covered log, as if she had been waiting for us, was an old woman. She wasn't what you'd picture when you think of a threat. She looked like someone's kindly grandmother, a figure straight from a storybook. Her face was a delicate web of wrinkles. Her hair was the color of spun snow, pulled back neatly into a bun, and her hands, though gnarled with age, rested peacefully in her lap. She held a woven basket, and inside it was a pile of berries. I've never, in all my life, seen a color like it. They were impossibly red, glowing with an inner light that seemed to defy the natural world. They were brighter than blood, more vibrant than any ruby. The old woman looked up as Trenny paused, and a warm, gentle smile spread across her face. It was a smile that reached her eyes, crinkling the corners in a way that seemed utterly disarming. She didn't speak to me. Her focus was entirely on Trenny. She lifted a single, perfect berry between her thumb and forefinger and offered it. "They're sweet today, child," she said, her voice a soft, reedy whisper like dry leaves skittering across stone. I felt a flicker of unease. We'd been warned not to eat wild plants. "Truggy, come on," I urged, tugging her arm gently. "We need to catch up." But Trenny seemed mesmerized. She looked from the glowing berry to the old woman's smiling face. "It's okay, Jess," she murmured, her voice distant. "She's nice." She stepped off the trail and into the clearing. The old woman and Trenny began to talk, their voices too low for me to make out the words. I lingered for a moment, impatient. The main group was getting further ahead, and the thought of being reprimanded by Mr. Henderson was more pressing than the strange, serene scene in the clearing. I figured Trenny would take a moment, and then hurry to catch up. It was a simple, logical assumption. It was the worst mistake of my life. "I'm going on," I called out. "Don't be long." I turned and continued walking. After about 20 paces, a strange feeling compelled me to look back. I glanced over my shoulder, and the image is one that has haunted my waking moments and my nightmares ever since. The old woman had set her basket aside. She was standing behind Trenny, now who was seated on the log. The woman was combing Trenny's long brown hair with her fingers, a slow, rhythmic, and strangely intimate gesture. Trenny's head was tilted back, her eyes were closed, and she had a look of blissful peace on her face, as if she were in a trance. The old woman's smile was still there, but from this distance, it looked less like kindness and more like satisfaction. I shook my head, dismissing the strangeness. It was just a friendly, eccentric mountain local. I turned the corner on the trail. The clearing disappeared from view. And that was the last time I ever saw Trenny Gibson. It took about 15 minutes for the real panic to set in. I reached a point where the trail flattened out and waited, expecting to see her familiar plaid jacket appear around the bend. The minutes stretched into an eternity. The woods fell silent. I called her name, first casually, then with rising urgency. "Trenny, Trenny, let's go." Only the wind answered. I ran back, my heart hammering against my ribs. I rounded the corner, my eyes darting to the clearing. It was empty. The log was bare. The berry bushes stood silent. There was no sign of Trenny. No sign of the old woman. No sign of the basket with its impossibly red berries. It was as if they had never been there at all. The hours that followed are a blur of terror and confusion. The teachers, the search parties, the grim-faced rangers with their German shepherds. They searched for weeks, combing every inch of that unforgiving terrain. I told them my story. I told my teacher, I told the head ranger. I told my parents, my voice trembling, as I described the kindly grandmother with the stone-colored skin and the glowing fruit. I told them about her calming Trenny's hair. They all gave me the same look. It was a look of pity, of deep, sorrowful condescension. The head ranger, a burly man with a kind but wary face, sat me down in their temporary command post. He patted my shoulder, his hand heavy and dismissive. "Honey," he said, his voice gentle but firm, "you've been through a terrible shock. Your mind is playing tricks on you, trying to make sense of it." But she was there. I insisted, tears streaming down my face. "I saw her. She took Trenny." He sighed, a long, tired sound. "We've had trackers on that trail since she went missing. The ground is soft. It tells a story. There was only one set of prints that left the path, Jessica. Your friends." He looked me straight in the eye. "There was no old woman. They made me feel like I was crazy. In the face of their certainty, their logic, their physical evidence, my own memory began to feel like a fragile, feverish dream. But even as they convinced the world, and tried to convince me, that I was a traumatized girl inventing fantasies to cope, I could not erase the image from my mind. The old woman's fingers in Trenny's hair, and the horrifying, absolute truth of what I knew I had seen. The weeks following Trenny's disappearance were a suffocating fog of grief, guilt, and gaslighting. The official search was eventually scaled back, then called off entirely. The narrative had been set in stone, a tragic accident. A teenage girl, lost in the vast wilderness, had succumbed to the elements. I became the key witness who couldn't be trusted. The hysterical friend whose mind had cracked under the strain. My story of the old woman was dismissed as a confabulation, a term I learned from the first in a long line of therapists my parents insisted I see. Dr. Albright's office was decorated in calming shades of beige and smelled faintly of lavender. He was a kind man with a soft voice who encouraged me to talk about my feelings of loss and my guilt over leaving Trenny behind. But whenever I brought up the woman in the clearing, his expression would shift subtly. The kindness would remain, but it would be layered with a professional patience, the kind one reserves for a delusional child. He would nod and say things like, "And how did seeing this woman make you feel?" Or, "It's common for the mind to create a focal point for blame in situations like this." He never once entertained the possibility that she was real. My parents, desperate for a return to normalcy, followed the doctor's lead. "Jess, honey, we have to focus on what's real," my mother would say, her eyes pleading. "The police, the rangers, they know what they're doing." My father was more direct. "Let it go, Jessica. For your own good. You're torturing yourself with this story." So, I learned to be silent. I learned to compartmentalize. In public, I was the grieving friend. I attended the memorial service at our school, a hollow-eyed ghost in a black dress, accepting condolences from classmates who now looked at me with a mixture of pity and fear. At home, I retreated into myself. The memory of the clearing became a forbidden sanctuary, a place only I could visit. I would lie in bed at night and replay the scene over and over, dissecting every detail, the impossible red of the berries, the reedy quality of the woman's voice, the look of serene satisfaction on her face as she combed Trenny's hair. Was I crazy? The entire world said yes. But a small, stubborn part of me, the part that still felt the chill of the mountain air on my skin, refused to believe it. High school became a minefield. I was no longer just Jessica Martin. I was the girl whose friend died. People either avoided me entirely or spoke to me in hushed, careful tones. Friendships that had once been easy and carefree became strained. How could I talk about boys or homework when the image of Trenny's vacant, blissful face was burned into my mind? The secret I carried was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The guilt was a constant companion. I had walked away. I had left her there. That was a fact, an indisputable truth that no amount of therapy could erase. I left Knoxville for college, hoping a change of scenery would exorcise the ghosts. For a while, it worked. I was anonymous again. I made new friends, I dated, I threw myself into my studies. I majored in library science, a field that promised order, facts, and quiet certainty. Everything my life lacked. I learned to build walls around the memory, to construct a version of myself that was functional, even happy. But the past was never truly gone. It would surface at unexpected moments. The sight of a plaid jacket in a store window, the taste of a blackberry, a news report about a missing hiker. Each time, the walls would crumble, and I would be 16 again, standing on that lonely trail, calling my friend's name into the indifferent wind. I married a good man, a history professor named David. He knew the official story of my past. I told him I had lost my best friend in a hiking accident. I never told him about the old woman. How could I? It was the one part of myself I could not share. The one secret that I knew would sound like madness. It was a fault line, running through the foundation of our life together. A tremor of unspoken truth that I feared would one day bring everything crashing down. We were happy, but there was always a part of me held in reserve. A locked room in the house of my mind that he could never enter. The years spooled out. I was in my late 30s, living a life that was, from the outside, perfectly normal. I was a reference librarian at the university where David taught. My life was books, catalogs, and the quiet rustle of turning pages. I had long since given up trying to convince anyone of what I saw. I had accepted my role as the unreliable narrator of my own life. The memory had softened, its sharp edges worn down by time, but it had never disappeared. One rainy Tuesday afternoon, I was reshelving books in the folklore and anthropology section. It was a slow day. The library quiet except for the rhythmic drumming of rain against the tall, arched windows. My hand brushed against a thick, leather-bound volume with a faded title, Elders the Elders, Cherokee Myths and Legends of the Smoky Mountains. I pulled it from the shelf. My curiosity piqued. It was an academic press book, old and rarely checked out. The pages were thick and yellowed with age. I sat at an empty carrel and began to flip through it. The book was filled with tales of animal spirits, creation myths, and the little people. It was fascinating, but nothing resonated on a personal level until I turned a page and my breath caught in my throat. There was a drawing. A stark, pen and ink illustration of an old woman with a kindly, wrinkled face and white hair in a bun. She was offering a piece of fruit to a child, but there was something wrong with her right hand. Her index finger was unnaturally long, thin, and sharp, like a sliver of obsidian. Beneath the drawing was the name Otlonta, Spearfinger. My heart began to pound, a frantic, panicked rhythm against my ribs. My hands trembled as I read the text. The entry described a shape-shifting creature, a powerful and malevolent spirit with skin of stone that was impervious to any weapon. It said she often took the form of a harmless looking old woman, a grandmotherly figure, to lure her victims. It said she would find children who had wandered from their groups, often near berry patches in the high mountains. She would use her gentle voice to sing them into a stupor or a trance, stroking their hair until they were completely under her spell. Then, when they were helpless, she would use her one sharp, stone finger to pierce their side and steal their liver, her favorite food. I felt the blood drain from my face. Every word on the page was a hammer blow, shattering the carefully constructed walls I had built around my memory. The description was too perfect, too precise. The kindly grandmother, the luring of a child, the stroking of the hair, the trance. And then I read the final paragraph, and a cold, paralyzing dread washed over me. The text noted that, while tales of Otlunta were told throughout Cherokee lands, her most notorious and favored hunting grounds were the high ridges and trails north of Fontana Lake. The very trails we were on. I slammed the book shut, my gasp echoing in the silent library. For over 20 years, I had carried the burden of being crazy. I had doubted my own mind, my own senses. I had lived with the world's pitying smiles and the quiet, crushing judgment of everyone I had ever known. But in that moment, staring at the closed book, I was faced with a truth far more terrifying than madness. I wasn't crazy. I was right. My friend hadn't just wandered off and gotten lost. She had been taken. She had been hunted. And the kindly old woman, with the basket of impossible red berries, was not a figment of my traumatized imagination. She was a monster from a story far older than the mountains themselves. And she was real. The discovery of Otlunta didn't bring peace. It brought a different kind of torment. The validation was a flash of lightning in a lifelong storm, illuminating the monstrous truth of the landscape, but doing nothing to calm the tempest inside me. For days, I walked around in a daze, the world muted and distant. The quiet order of the library, once a comfort, now felt like a flimsy facade, hiding the savage, unknowable truths that lurked just beyond the edges of our perception. The secret I had kept from my husband, David, was no longer a vague, shameful memory of a hallucination. It was a name, a legend, a drawing in a book. It had substance now, and its weight was becoming unbearable. One evening, a week after I found the book, I knew I could no longer carry it alone. We were in the living room. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. David was reading, and I was staring into the flames, the book about Cherokee legends resting in my lap like a stone. David, I began, my voice barely a whisper. I need to tell you something about the day Trenny disappeared. The real story. He put his book down, his expression shifting to one of concern. He listened, patiently and without interruption, as the story I had suppressed for over 2 decades came pouring out. I told him everything. The clearing, the berries, the kindly woman, her fingers combing through Trenny's hair, the trance-like look on her face. I saw the familiar flicker of doubt in his eyes, the same look I had seen in my parents, my teachers, my therapists. It was the look one gives to the unwell. Then, I opened the book and showed him the drawing of Otlunta. I watched his face as he read the description. As a historian, David possessed an intellectual curiosity and a respect for the past that others lacked. He read the passage twice, his brow furrowed in concentration. He looked from the page to my face, and for the first time, the pity in his eyes was replaced by something else, a dawning, horrified belief. Her hunting grounds, he murmured, reading the final line aloud. The trails north of Fontana Lake. He looked at me, truly looked at me, and the dam of my composure broke. I wept not just for Trenny, but for the 20 years I had spent believing I was broken. David held me, and in his embrace, I felt the first flicker of true solace I had known since I was 16. That night marked a turning point. The secret was no longer just mine. My obsession became our investigation. We spent months diving into folklore, using our combined skills as a librarian and a historian. We cross-referenced stories, searched for other accounts, and looked for patterns. We found other tales of Spearfinger, variations on the theme, but all containing the same core elements: a deceptive appearance, a lulling song or touch, and a fatal, piercing finger. We also uncovered old, forgotten newspaper articles and local records of disappearances in the Smokies over the last century. Children and young adults who had vanished without a trace on those same high ridges. Their cases cold, their fates officially listed as lost to the elements. There was no proof, nothing that would ever stand up in a court of law or in the court of public opinion. But for us, the pattern was undeniable. Last year, on the 46th anniversary, David and I drove to the Great Smoky Mountains. I hadn't been back since that day. The thought of it had always been too painful. But now, armed with the truth, I felt a grim compulsion to return, to stand in that place as the woman I was now, not the terrified girl I had been. The park was just as beautiful, the autumn leaves just as vibrant, but I saw it with different eyes. The beauty was a mask, a beautiful, painted veil over something ancient and predatory. We hiked the Forney Ridge Trail. Every step was a ghost of a memory. When we reached the spot, I knew it instantly. The clearing was still there, smaller than I remembered, but unmistakable. The berry bushes were still thick, though they bore no fruit. The log Trenny had sat on was gone, rotted back into the earth. I stood at the edge of the trail, looking into that quiet, sun-dappled space, and I didn't feel fear. I felt a profound and hollow sadness. I had expected a confrontation, a final, cathartic release. But there was nothing. Just the silence of the woods, the whisper of the wind, and the weight of 46 years of absence. The monster was not there. It didn't need to be. Its work was done. Which brings me to today, to this office, to you, Dr. Evans. My husband died 6 months ago. A sudden heart attack. And with his passing, I am once again the sole keeper of this truth. The one person who believes me is gone, and the silence is deafening. For 47 years, I've lived with the memory of that kindly smile. I've lived with the guilt of walking away, a guilt that no amount of logic can assuage. But the real horror, Doctor, it isn't the monster. It isn't the stone, skin creature from a forgotten legend. The real horror is knowing the absolute, undeniable truth of what happened to my friend, and having the entire world, for my entire life, tell me it was just a story. The horror is the echo of her name in a silence no one else can hear. My name is Michael Davies, and for the past 5 years, I've been the host and lead investigator of the web series Goal Getters. It's a name that started as a joke between my college roommate and me. Something silly that stuck. But the work itself is something I take with the utmost seriousness. My goal has always been to cut through the noise of sensationalized ghost hunting shows. I'm not interested in faked evidence, exaggerated reactions, or manufactured drama. I'm searching for something real, a single, undeniable piece of evidence that proves what we all suspect on some primal level, that we are not alone. and that when we die, something of us remains. This search has led me to abandoned asylums where the scent of antiseptic and despair still clings to the air, to crumbling Victorian mansions with portraits whose eyes seem to follow you, and to desolate battlefields where the echoes of cannon fire feel imprinted on the very soil. I've recorded hundreds of hours of footage, captured dozens of compelling EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, and had a handful of experiences that I cannot logically explain. But I've never found the definitive proof, the holy grail of paranormal investigation. That's what brought me to Shenandoah National Park. Deep within the park's ancient, rolling mountains, nestled in a hollow far from any modern road, sits the Corbin Cabin. Built in 1909 by George Corbin, it was a home carved out of the wilderness, a testament to human resilience. He and his wife Caroline raised their children there, living a life of hardship and isolation that is almost impossible for us to comprehend today. The official history tells a story of survival, but the local folklore, the stories whispered around campfires and in the low-lit corners of nearby towny bars, tells a different story. It speaks of tragedy, of sorrow, and of a lingering presence. They say the ghost of Caroline Corbin still walks the grounds, forever tied to the single room where she lived and ultimately died. The drive into Shenandoah was, as always, breathtaking. The asphalt ribbon of Skyline Drive twisted through a landscape painted in the vibrant greens of late summer. Sunlight dappled through the thick canopy of leaves overhead, creating a strobe effect as I drove. But the further I went, the more the park's immense scale began to feel less like beauty and more like isolation. My cell phone service vanished bar by bar, until the screen displayed a stark no service. I was officially off the grid. The world I knew, the world of instant communication and digital connection, was behind me. Ahead lay only the woods. Parking at the designated trailhead, I began the process of loading up my gear. The hike to the cabin was over 1.5 miles, and the path was rugged. I hefted my main pack, filled with cameras, tripods, audio recorders, and batteries, onto my back. A smaller bag containing the more sensitive equipment, the EMF meters, the thermal camera, and the spirit box, was slung over my chest. The weight was familiar, a comforting burden that signified the start of a new investigation. The hike itself was an immersion. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and pine. The sounds of the modern world faded, replaced by the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the chirping of birds, and the steady, rhythmic crunch of my boots on the gravelly path. The trees, old and gnarled, seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the path. More than once, I had the distinct, prickling sensation of being watched. I'd stop, scan the dense woods around me, and see nothing but shifting leaves and shadows. I dismissed it as the common paranoia of being alone in the wild, but the feeling lingered. After what felt like an eternity, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, there it was, the Corbin Cabin. It was smaller than I'd imagined, a single-room structure of dark, weathered chestnut logs and a fieldstone chimney. It didn't look menacing. It looked sad. It seemed to sag under the weight of its own history, a lonely relic slowly being reclaimed by the forest. I pushed open the heavy wooden door, which groaned in protest, and stepped inside. The air was cool and musty. A single, small window on the far wall allowed a shaft of dusty light to cut through the gloom, illuminating a sparse interior. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth black with the soot of 1,000 fires. A simple rope bed frame sat in one corner, and a rough, hewn wooden table and chairs occupied the center of the room. This was it. This was where the Corbin family had lived, loved, laughed, and wept. This was where Caroline had died. I began my ritual, the methodical process of setting up my gear. It's a process that grounds me, focusing my mind on the technical aspects of the job. I placed a full spectrum camera on a tripod facing the main room, another pointed at the bed, and a third aimed at the fireplace. I set up my digital audio recorders in opposite corners to capture any potential stereophonic sound. Finally, I walked the perimeter of the room with my EF meter and KH model. It remained silent, its lights a placid green. As I worked, the sun began its descent. The light pouring through the small window shifted from gold to a deep, bruised orange, and the shadows within the cabin stretched and deepened, turning familiar shapes into monstrous silhouettes. The mood shifted palpably. The cabin, which had felt merely old and sad, now felt watchful. A profound stillness settled, and with it came a sudden, noticeable drop in temperature. It wasn't just a draft, it was a pocket of intense cold that seemed to pool in the corner near the fireplace. I pulled out a digital thermometer. The ambient temperature in the center of the room was 68 degrees Fahrenheit. When I held it in the corner, the numbers tumbled rapidly: 62, 59, 57, a solid 10-degree drop. My heart began to beat a little faster. This was a classic sign of paranormal activity. Okay, it's officially creepy in here now, I said aloud, my voice sounding small in the oppressive silence. I was speaking to my camera, to my future audience, but also to myself, trying to maintain a veneer of control. Temperature just dropped a solid 10 degrees right in this corner. EMF meter is quiet, though. Let's fire up the spirit box. I placed the small device on the wooden table. For those unfamiliar, a spirit box, or ghost box, rapidly scans through AM and FM radio frequencies, creating a constant stream of white noise and audio snippets. The theory is that a spirit can manipulate this energy to form words and communicate. It's a controversial piece of equipment, but one that has yielded some of my most compelling results. I took a deep breath and turned it on. The room filled with the harsh, hissing static of the scanning frequencies. Is there anyone here with me? I asked, my voice clear and steady. My name is Michael. I've come to hear your story. For several minutes, there was only static. The rhythmic shess of the device was almost hypnotic. I asked again, Caroline, are you here, Caroline Corbin? Can you tell me what it was like to live here? Static. Disappointment began to creep in. Maybe the cold spot was just an anomaly. Maybe this was another bust. And then it happened, cutting through the white noise. As clear as if someone had whispered to my ear, a voice came through. It was faint, female, and filled with an ancient wariness. Get out. A jolt went through me, a mix of adrenaline and pure, unadulterated excitement. I couldn't help but let out a nervous laugh.
Whoa, did you guys hear that?
Get out, classic. I was performing for the camera, but the tremor in my voice was real. This was it. This was contact. Simon, Caroline, you can do better than that! I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk. I leaned closer to the box, my ears straining. The static hissed and crackled. And then the voice came again, more insistent this time, laced with something I hadn't heard before. It wasn't anger. It was fear. Not safe. It's coming. The blood ran cold in my veins. The nervous excitement evaporated, replaced by a genuine, primal sense of dread. The tone was all wrong. This wasn't a spirit threatening me. This was a spirit warning me. The air in the cabin felt thick, heavy, and charged with a terrifying energy. I reached out a trembling hand and switched the spirit box off. The sudden silence was somehow louder and more menacing than the static had been. I sat there in the crushing silence, my own ragged breathing the only sound in the room. The air still felt thick, charged with a static I could almost taste. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. Not safe, it's coming. The words echoed in my mind, not as a memory, but as if they were still hanging in the air, vibrating at a frequency only my fear could detect. This was different from any other investigation. The usual thrill of contact, the intellectual curiosity, the professional detachment, all of it had been stripped away, leaving only a raw, animal instinct screaming that I was in danger. My eyes darted around the small, dark room. The familiar shapes of my equipment now seemed alien. The tripod legs looked like long, spindly spider limbs. The shadows in the corners weren't just absences of light. They were deep, dark voids that felt like they could swallow me whole. The single window was no longer a source of light, but a black, unblinking eye staring in from the abyss of the night. The cabin no longer felt like a historical artifact. It felt like a trap. All right, that's a little much. I stammered, the words tumbling out in a shaky whisper. I was talking to the camera again, a desperate attempt to anchor myself to the persona of Michael Davies, the fearless goal-getter. But the performance was hollow. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the clasp on my headlamp. I needed to get out. Not run, not flee, but just get out. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating me. I needed fresh air, a clear head, a moment to reset and analyze what had just happened. I'm going to take a walk outside, clear my head. I announced, my voice gaining a sliver of its usual confidence. Maybe check out the woods. People say they see ghostly Civil War soldiers out here too. This whole valley is soaked in sorrow. It was a flimsy excuse. I wasn't interested in Civil War ghosts anymore. My focus had narrowed with terrifying clarity to the warning from the spirit box. What was coming? I grabbed one of the smaller, more mobile cameras, already attached to a GorillaPod grip, and strapped the headlamp on. The camera was a shield, the act of filming a defense mechanism. As long as I was looking through a lens, I could pretend I was just an observer, not a participant. I pushed the heavy door open and stepped out into the night. The difference was immediate and stark. The air outside was cool and crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth, a welcome relief from the stale, charged atmosphere of the cabin. A sliver of moon hung in the inky sky, providing just enough light to cast the surrounding forest in shades of silver and deep charcoal. The woods were alive with the nocturnal symphony of the wilderness. The chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. It should have been peaceful. It wasn't. With the cabin at my back, the feeling of being watched returned with a vengeance. It was a physical sensation, a prickling on my skin, the raising of the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck. I switched on my headlamp, and its powerful beam cut a sharp, white cone through the darkness, making the shadows at its edge seem even deeper and more absolute. I began to walk, my feet crunching on the fallen leaves and twigs, the sound unnervingly loud in the quiet of the forest. I held the camera up, its red recording light a tiny, defiant spark against the overwhelming dark. "So," I began, my voice a low murmur. "I'm thinking maybe the ghost isn't the threat. Maybe Caroline. Maybe she's a warning." The theory formed as I spoke the words, a sudden, chilling realization that shifted my entire perspective. You know? Like, she's not trying to scare me away from the cabin. She's trying to warn me about something out here. The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through me. All this time, I had assumed the haunting was contained within those 4 log walls. What if the cabin wasn't the source of the haunting, but a refuge from it? Snap! The sound was explosive in the stillness. It came from the darkness to my right, sharp and violent. The unmistakable sound of a thick, dry twig being broken by a heavy weight. I froze mid-step, my body instantly rigid with adrenaline. I whipped the camera around, the headlamp beam slashing through the trees. My heart hammered against my sternum, each beat a painful thud. "Hello," I called out, my voice tight with fear. "Who's there?" "Park ranger." My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. A deer, a beer. But the sound had been too deliberate, too singular. It wasn't the clumsy shuffling of a foraging animal. Silence. The crickets stopped chirping. The wind died down. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath. The silence was worse than the noise. It was a listening silence, an expectant silence. And then a new sound began. It was a low rustling, a dragging noise. It wasn't an animal. I've spent enough time in the woods to know the sounds of wildlife. This was heavy, deliberate. It sounded like someone wearing thick canvas, dragging their feet through the leaf litter. And it wasn't stationary. It was moving. It was circling me. My blood turned to ice. The camera in my hand felt impossibly heavy. Every rational thought fled, replaced by a primal terror that hollowed me out. I could hear the sound moving in a wide arc, always just beyond the reach of my headlamp's beam. I would swing the light towards the noise, and it would stop. I'd hold my breath, listening, and then the rustling would start again from a new position, a little further to the left. It was intelligent. It was toying with me. "Okay," I whispered, the sound barely audible, a prayer to the tiny red light on the camera. "Not funny. This isn't funny." My bravado was gone. My professional composure shattered into a million pieces. All that was left was a terrified man, alone in the dark, miles from help. I'm going back to the cabin. The decision was instinctual. The cabin was shelter. It was light. It was a fortress against the terrifying, unseen thing that was stalking me in the dark. I turned and started walking, my pace quick, almost a jog, back the way I came. My headlamp beam bounced wildly, painting frantic strokes of light across the path ahead. The rustling sound followed. It no longer circled. It moved parallel to me, keeping pace with me in the dense undergrowth just off the trail. Shuff drag, shuff drag. The rhythm was steady, relentless. I walked faster, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The sound grew faster, too. The heavy dragging was punctuated now by the snapping of smaller twigs, the crashing of unseen limbs. It was getting closer. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I broke into a run. My feet pounded on the trail, my lungs burned, my mind screamed a single, silent word. Run, 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 run. The camera shook wildly in my grip, capturing a chaotic blur of trees and darkness. The rustling was right behind me now, so close I could almost feel it. It was faster than me. There was a sound like heavy, wet fabric dragging through the leaves, a sickening, fleshy sound that spoke of immense weight and power. And in that final, heart-stopping moment of terror, the truth hit me with the force of a physical blow. The spirit box message, the cold spot, the warning. It all clicked into place in a horrifying mosaic of understanding. "Oh my God," I gasped, the words torn from my throat between panicked breaths. "It's following me." The realization was a death sentence. She wasn't haunting the cabin. She was hiding in it. The thought had barely registered when I screamed. It was a short, sharp cry of pure terror, cut off abruptly. Something immense and impossibly fast lunged from the side of the trail, a blur of darkness in the periphery of my headlamp's beam. It hit me with the force of a freight train, a stunning, bone-jarring impact. The camera flew from my hand, tumbling end over end through the air, before landing on the damp leaves, its lens pointing up the trail. For a fleeting, terrible second, my own running feet were visible in the stark white light of the fallen headlamp. Then, the vast, dark shape blotted them out. It moved with a speed that defied its size, dragging me sideways, off the path, and into the crushing, suffocating darkness of the brush. The sound was abrupt and sickeningly final. The camera kept recording. For another hour, the footage showed nothing but dark, trembling leaves, illuminated by the lonely, unwavering beam of the headlamp. The only sound was the gentle, indifferent whisper of the wind. Pain was the first coherent thought to pierce the roaring chaos in my head. A blinding, searing pain that shot up my leg, followed by a chorus of agony from my shoulder and ribs where the initial impact had landed. The world was a nauseating, tumbling blur of darkness, sharp green leaves, and the rough texture of bark scraping against my face. I was moving, but not under my own power. I was being dragged. The grip on my leg was like a band of iron. Whatever had me was impossibly strong, pulling my dead weight through the dense undergrowth, as if I were a child's doll. My head lolled, striking rocks and roots, each impact sending fresh waves of dizziness and pain through my skull. The air was forced from my lungs in ragged, useless gasps. I tried to scream again, but only a choked, wet gurgle came out. My headlamp was gone, swallowed by the forest, leaving me in near, total darkness. My only sense of the world the violent, jarring motion and the symphony of my own suffering. The smell was overwhelming. A thick, putrid stench of damp earth, rotting meat and something else. Something uniquely fall, like wet, unwashed wool that had been left to mildew for a century. It was the smell of the thing that was dragging me. With every yard we covered, the smell seemed to work its way deeper into my sinuses, a vile miasma that I felt I would carry with me to the grave. My mind, reeling from shock and terror, tried desperately to process what was happening. It wasn't a bear. A bear would have mauled me on the spot. It wasn't a mountain lion. This was a predator, but one that operated with a terrifying, almost human-like purpose. It wasn't just attacking, it was abducting. It was taking me somewhere. After an eternity of being dragged, the motion changed. We were going uphill. The creature's pace didn't slow. If anything, the pulling became more powerful, more determined. I could hear its breathing now. A low, guttural wheezing that was not quite animal and not quite human. It was the sound of immense, laboring lungs. The sound of the dragging fabric I'd heard earlier was still there. A constant shuff. Drag, shuff, drag against the leaves. And I realized with a surge of revulsion that it was the sound of its clothing, or perhaps its very skin, scraping against the forest floor. Finally, the dragging stopped. I was dropped unceremoniously onto a cold, damp surface of packed earth. For a moment, I lay there, a broken heap, every nerve ending screaming. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up with one arm, my other hanging uselessly at my side. My vision swam. The sliver of moonlight from outside barely penetrated this place, but it was enough. I was in a cave. Or rather, a crude dugout burrowed into the side of the hill, the entrance partially obscured by a thick curtain of tangled roots and vines. The air inside was thick and cold, heavy with that same sickening stench, only now it was 10 times stronger. It was the smell of a lair. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom, I began to make out details. The space was small, no bigger than the cabin, with a low ceiling that would have forced even me to stoop. And it was filled with things. Piles of rags and what looked like animal pelts were heaped in one corner, forming a crude nest. But it was the other objects, scattered across the floor and tucked into niches in the earthen walls, that made my stomach clench with a new, more profound horror. I saw a child's shoe, a small, leather thing from a bygone era. A rusted tin canteen, the kind a soldier might have carried. A modern hiking boot, its laces still tied. A woman's silver locket, tarnished and black, lying half buried in the dirt. These were trophies. Souvenirs from other victims, stretching back decades, maybe even longer. My blood ran cold. I wasn't the first. I was just the latest in a long, silent procession of people who had wandered too far into these woods and never come out. Then I saw the drawings. Scratched into the damp earth of the far wall were crude, child-like figures. A stick figure of a man with a hat. A woman in a long dress. A simple drawing of a 4-walled structure with a chimney. The Corbin cabin. My breath caught in my throat. This creature, this thing, had been watching them. It had been watching the cabin for generations. And in that moment of terrible clarity, I finally understood. Caroline Corbin's ghost wasn't a malevolent entity haunting her former home. She was a sentinel, a spectral guardian trapped by her own terror, her spirit bound to the one place she had felt safe. Her whispered warnings. Get out. Not safe. It's coming. Weren't threats. They were desperate pleas. She was trying to save me, just as she had likely tried to save others who came after her. She wasn't haunting the cabin. She was hiding in it, a prisoner of the thing that lived in this cave. A sound from the entrance made me freeze. The creature was returning. It blocked the moonlight as it stooped to enter, and for the first time, I saw its silhouette. It was huge, far larger than a man, its frame stooped and powerful. It was humanoid in shape, but grotesquely proportioned, with long arms and a thick, lumbering gait. It wore what looked like layers of tattered hides and fabrics, explaining the dragging sound, but the form beneath was one of solid, brutish muscle. It paid me no mind at first, shuffling over to its nest and dropping something that landed with a wet, heavy slap. It was a deer, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle. The creature began to tear at the carcass with long, yellowed fingernails, its guttural breathing punctuated by the sound of ripping flesh and snapping bone. I was livestock. It had brought me here and left me, just as it had brought the deer. It would get to me later. A wave of utter hopelessness washed over me, so complete and so devastating that it extinguished the last embers of my will to fight. There was no escape. My leg was broken, my body battered. Even if I could somehow crawl out of this foul den, the creature was too fast, too strong. I was miles from any road, in a wilderness that had already swallowed countless others. My last thoughts turned to the cameras. The main rig was still in the cabin, recording an empty room. But the other camera, the one that had flown from my hand, was still out there on the trail. Its battery would last for hours. It had recorded my final, panicked words. It had recorded my scream. It had recorded the dark shape lunging from the trees. It was my only legacy now. A final, desperate message in a bottle. I closed my eyes, the stench of blood and decay filling my senses. I prayed that someone would find it. A park ranger, a hiker. Someone who would see the footage and understand. Someone who would finally know the truth of what lurked in the deep, dark woods of Shenandoah. The creature finished with its meal. The wet, tearing sound stopped. The cave fell silent, except for a low, guttural breathing. I felt its presence move in the darkness. I felt its shadow fall over me. And as the foul, hot breath washed over my face, I knew my search was over. I had found something real, and it was the last thing I would ever see.